Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There may be strong language and adult themes. So today is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And the thing I would really like to contrast about him as opposed to what we are seeing these days is he always advocated for passive resistance and nonviolent protest. He told his followers that if you were not prepared to passively resist without fighting back, you shouldn't get in the line. So just how that contrasts with what we're seeing today is incredible, considering the level of oppression that they were facing back in the mid-60s, just to be allowed basic things like to be able to eat at lunch counters.
Interesting that there's that much contrast in how people are choosing to protest, but it's also the ancestors of these people who are protesting today who discriminated against Martin Luther King's people in their day.
Yeah, somebody was saying on Twitter that the Civil War never really ended, that we just went into a Cold War and it's flared up again.
Mm-hmm.
And a few years ago, I would have debated that, but through the Trump era, yeah, our country has not progressed nearly as far as I thought it did. Hey, Doc.
Well, there's a couple veins of thought in the last few days. There's definitely people who are saying Trump is a symptom of what's going on in America today. It's, you know, he's not the cause. He's a symptom. But then there's also the people who are absolutely convinced that he is the cause of it today. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle of all that.
Yeah. He's certainly not the cause of it all, but I think the biggest thing was that before, these people were somewhat embarrassed by it and stayed hidden, and Trump basically told them it was okay for them to spew it all publicly.
Mm-hmm. I think there are too many politicians, and we're talking right-wing bastards, who thought that they could skate the edges of the trauma without falling into it and getting blood themselves.
And the Republicans in Congress are still trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're still trying to find excuses, and a lot of them are still trying to, you know, push this narrative of these were just people who got caught up in the moment. And it's like, no, this was not caught up in the moment. This was things that people must have planned weeks ahead. You don't build a gallows because you're caught up in the moment.
There's oh gosh, I'm sorry, I forgot what I was about to say. It's been a long day.
Oh, hi, Jeff. And Native Atheist. Hello.
I got my car fixed today.
How'd that go for you?
Fucking break my heart. To have to pay somebody to put on brake pads and a brake rotor.
Oh,
yeah. On my own car, you know, it's something I would have. Remember years back, just, you know, taking half an hour out of my day and gotten it done. You know? And now I had to come up with $120 fucking dollars.
That's the kind of thing that I even have the tools for, you know, stuff like that. I've got the wrenches and that. I don't have a space to work on it. You know, if I knew somebody who'd let me use the garage, yeah, like you say, that's something that, you know, I could have helped you with.
Yeah. I mean, I could sit there and do it. I can't do all the crawling around to get the car up in the air, to, you know, to do all that lugging of the wheels and tires, and, you know, I just can't do that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
But I could certainly have done the pads and rotors part of it.
Yeah, my car is doing a lot of like high squeaking lately, kind of screeching. And the belt looks to be in good shape, so I'm afraid it may be something else. Like, my first guess would be maybe the bearings in the water pump are going.
What's your symptom?
Mostly just it makes a really high screeching noise. It seems to come on especially if it's cold or
That's typically just a belt slipping.
Well, yeah, but I checked the belt and all. The belt's in real good shape.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it can't slip. It's a question of tension, and belts build up glaze on their friction surface,
Okay.
and are more likely to do it, especially when it's cold, especially when it's humid.
Yep. Is there
And
any way you can like deglaze the belt or that?
no, you just tighten it up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, well, I had tried tightening it up and that didn't seem to make a difference on it. That's why I was afraid it might be, the bearings and one of the pulleys being a problem.
Is it a V belt or one of those serpentines?
It's a serpentine belt.
Okay. Well, a lot of people don't do it when you change a serpentine belt, which these things last a long time. I've seen them go 5, 6, 7 years safely. You're really supposed to do the bearings and the idlers at the same time, because they just collect a lot of mung and get noisy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's the same belt that's been on there since I bought the car 5 years ago.
then you might be wise to invest in the proper tensioners and idler pulleys for it, and do the job correctly. Do some reading on it before you order everything. You may have to invest in a proper fan tensioning tool, which is nothing more than a big rod that grabs the tensioner pulley so you can pull it back. There's a huge amount of tension on these things. And
Yeah.
if you don't have the proper tool, you are not going to have the leverage to pull it back.
Well, yeah, I've with a lot of cars, I've wound up tensioning them by putting a crowbar in there to give me leverage.
Yeah, and find a proper way to do it. Everything's serpentine belts now. You should just buy the fucking tool.
Yeah. Hey, Junie. If anybody wants to hop in here with us, I'll send you a link.
Come on, yeah.
Robert X is saying, could it be a dynamo issue?
Not
Well,
like
so far the noise is the only symptom it's having. It's nothing else is going weird with it. But I'm just, I'm kind of worried about it because, I don't want something to go wrong and be stranded somewhere.
Yeah, well, if your belt is that old, you really prevention.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is that when I bought the car, it was derelict because the front end the suspension was kind of screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea how long it had been just sitting in one place before I got it. It's quite possible it had been sitting still for a couple of years at that point. So overall, it's been a really good car. It's held up surprisingly well. But yeah, basically when I got it, before I could even drive it, I had to have a mechanic rebuild the whole front suspension and steering. But apart from that, other than routine maintenance like brakes and tires, I really haven't had to put much money into it.
That's fortunate. I'm going to have to buy a new caliper for this thing. I do not understand what's going on with this car. In the last 3 years, or in the last 2.5 years. Well, no, I guess it is more like 3.5 years. I've put on 3 different calipers in the left front, and I just can't believe that I've gotten that many poorly rebuilt left front calipers in a row. It's just there's something going on that I'm not understanding. I'm thinking maybe the ABS unit. The ABS works on a car because what it does is it relieves pressure off the braking to allow them to slip and not lock up.
Yeah.
By circulating the brake fluid. Okay. And so that means there's valves that are opening and closing and doing all this kind of stuff. And a pump. And what I'm thinking is that there may be one of the valves that's serving the left front is sticking or has debris in it or something that it's not allowing the pressure of the caliper to resist, even if you're not using the brakes. Because I've gone through everything else, and I don't think a master cylinder can do that because the way this car is built, the fronts are paired off the master, which means whatever one does, the other does, and I only have the problem on one side. I've changed brake lines, which can cause that sort of problem because they turn into an aneurysm on the inside of it and can act like a check valve. But that's not it either. Brake lines are fairly cheap, so I threw those on.
Yeah, Sloth Girl's saying that she finds that when she drives it, if she shuts it off and turns it on again, that the squeaking tends to go away. So she drives the car about as often as I do.
Mm. Well, and neither of you are big drivers. I mean, you're not out there driving the thing every single day, are you?
No, and where we live now, it's like virtually everything is within 5 miles of home. So the only time we're driving a distance is, when I go to pick up her son. That's about 70 miles each way.
Yeesh.
But that's like twice a month.
Hey, so how much snow are you getting up there tonight?
Hey, Junie. So far it's all been coming down as rain here.
Oh, really? Oh, you're lucked out.
Yeah, we're just above freezing, so it's wet, but if it freezes up overnight, everything will be covered with ice.
Well, it's supposed to be, down here anyways, it's supposed to be in the mid-30s. So whatever falls tonight is gonna melt a little bit, not too much.
So, Junie, what's going on with you? We were just talking about car repairs.
Yeah, I was very interested in it just reminded me like when you were talking about the loud noises. Is like again, I was saying that I had a Yaris that did the exact same thing every morning, especially on the cold days. And then in terms of weather, in the Chicago area, it's not too bad. I think anything over 30 is glorious.
Oh, you're by Chicago.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, I grew up in the Chicago suburbs.
Yeah, I lived most of my life.
Yeah, I lived there until I was 16.
Skokie?
Yep.
I moved to Omaha for a couple of years, and it was a bit cool. There's times I think it was more dry than anything, but the hills were pretty steep, and so anytime where it was freezing, it'd be scary to drive down, and knowing the brakes weren't gonna stop you.
In Oklahoma, there's scary hills. Come on.
Well, in Omaha, I'm sorry, and there's like these. There's some places where it have steep hills.
Come on. You're kidding me.
I know.
We got these hills outside my backyard that are like 700 feet high, and so you're talking big hills. There's no way there's anything like that in Omaha.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe because where I'm at now, it's just not hilly at all. And then moving to over there was like
where
different.
I lived with my fiance in central New York was the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains.
Uh, Dr. Phil repeats late at night here, and it's playing on right now, and it's muted, and so I get captions that come up automatically when it's muted. And so you don't miss a moment of exciting TV like Dr. Phil. He's got a guy on there who is kind of far off the boat. He's wrapping his phone in tinfoil and ripping out all the electronics in his wife's car because it's following him and
Yep.
sending messages and stuff. Oh, dude, you're really...
Yeah, Sloth Girl grew up in the third-tier Chicago suburbs, which actually put them in the next state. Kenosha can't decide if it's a suburb of Chicago or Milwaukee.
You can have it. I'm from Milwaukee. We don't need it. We have stuff to the north we can hang on to.
Mm-hmm.
It really has become a big bedroom community for Chicago workers.
Yeah. Well, actually, Kenosha used to be a pretty good town until AMC went out of business. And that's Sloth Girl's grandfather worked for AMC.
Nice. I don't know how far the Chicagoland area actually extends to. I know we got some parts of Indiana too, and so I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried claiming some parts of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I always considered Chicago everything from the Wisconsin border around to about halfway through the bottom of Lake Michigan. It's just a huge megalopolis.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's almost a continuous thing from Milwaukee to Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, easily. It's the worst thing about having to drive anywhere east is to have to go through fucking Chicago's mess.
Oh, goodness, yes.
Yeah.
There's a project that's been up, I want to say, the ramp to Indiana and Wisconsin, around that area entering. It's. I feel like it's been going more than 10 years, and they're still not finished with it.
Wow. Although, Chicago really cleaned up their freeways. All the downtown stuff north of the Loop and stuff up to Wisconsin border, they really cleaned all that up and just improved it wildly. It's so much easier to get around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Freeways now than...
I learned my city driving on the Chicago expressways in the early 70s. And that's when my fiance came back to meet my family as my mother was clearing out the house in Skokie. She didn't understand because, I don't like to drive, so she always drove. But yeah, just before we got to the Indiana line, I said I was going to take it from here, and she didn't get it. But it's like, I still knew the Chicago expressways. And I knew that if you weren't already in the lane you needed to be in when you saw the sign for the exit, you weren't going to get there.
No, it's too late.
Yeah, and, just the way I was zigzagging through the traffic, she was panicking, but, she just couldn't believe that I knew what I was doing.
It would. I don't know if it's true, but I think for other cities they have numbers versus Chicago that has names for the streets.
Yeah, well, for the interstates, usually you have numbered exits, but the Chicago tollway doesn't always hold to that.
Oh, yeah. And I think I still have trouble just navigating my way around. And I don't know, maybe it's because I don't know, I just lost my sense of direction as of recently. I can't even tell my north from south and east to west unless the sun is up.
Oh, I have absolutely no sense of direction.
I used to be really good at it, and I was able to navigate myself around, especially in Chicago. I I do Uber on the side, and it's helped me a bit. But sometimes the navigation systems don't even work there.
I think it's probably the 5G.
Yeah, I had to break down last year and buy myself a new GPS because my old one they had stopped issuing map updates for about 10 years ago. And I was just having too many bizarre little quirks like that.
Hmm.
Like driving up Highway 41 through Wisconsin, it actually showed me driving about 300 yards to the right of where the highway actually was.
Wow, this dude is really.
Hey, Will.
How's it
Hey,
going?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Yep.
I've only had the joys of visiting what you're talking about during the summer, so I've never experienced a winter in any of your areas.
I've never been
yeah.
anywhere south of Chicago, so Chicago's about the mildest winter I've ever experienced.
Oh wow, wow! Today it was 80. It was 79 today, almost 80 degrees here in California.
Glorious.
Well, that's it.
Oh,
It
go ahead.
was like up to 40 here,
Yes.
and that should not be happening in Minnesota in January. So, that's I have seen the climate change in my lifetime. Things have shifted.
Absolutely. We've had unreal weather. Our plants are starting to grow again because they've had so much sunshine. They're out of season.
In Minnesota, between November and February, nothing should ever melt.
True, unfortunately.
I'm still waiting to see if there's going to be another polar vortex coming through.
Yeah, we're supposed to be getting one this coming week.
Although I'm not sure how. I heard something about like El Nino and El Nina like systems. I'm trying to understand those two.
Yeah, they can't both exist. It has to be one or the other. They're opposites.
Well,
It's when it's when the central warmth of the Pacific is further north or further south. Is the difference between them, and one will cause the jet stream and weather patterns to be primarily across the south of the United States, and just giving the southern states just a hell of a bad winter with lots and lots and lots of rain and snowstorms that can come in.
And
then the other one does it to the north.
In the El Nino I experienced, it rained for 4 months straight, basically, in Southern California, and we didn't know what to do with ourselves. It was unreal.
Yeah, you guys don't really get much rain, do you?
We don't have weather. It's usually just 75 degrees here. That's during the winter. During the summer, it gets hot here. So we basically have, what we call cold is like 50 at night. That's freezing to us here. And then during the summer, I live in the valley, so it gets almost up to 105. On average, it'll be 90 something every day.
Yeah, you don't have cold. You have summer and air conditioners resting.
Exactly. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to say this nicely. Like even today, a neighbor who I think is really pretentious was walking his kid, and he's like, "Oh, this is a great weather." And I looked at him, and I'm like, "Yeah, it's why we live here." I gave him a smart ass answer because I really don't like him, but it's true. It's like I came back because I couldn't handle the winters. I couldn't handle having actual seasons. I'm a desert dweller. Like I've said this a million times. I wanted to live in Alaska, and then I went there and realized I wouldn't make it through November if you paid me. So
no, I mean they barely see any daylight for like half of the year.
And that was weird too. Even when I lived in Oregon, the sun goes down later than it does here. It took a while to get used to, and the sun going down at 10 o'clock at night.
You mean in the winter?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here sometimes we've had all 4 seasons in one day. I have literally seen there be a temperature swing of 70 degrees in 24 hours.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. We used to get these things that we would call pneumonia fronts. Where it would be in the summertime, and it's like 80, 85, 90 degrees, just a regular day, windy, whatever. And this cold front, storm front comes through, and in a matter of maybe 20 minutes, a half hour, the temperature will drop 20, 25 degrees.
Yeah, I would catch pneumonia.
It'll go from no wind to extremely windy, and a little while later you get this big ass thunderstorm that comes through and just kicks the shit out of everything.
Arizona has a monsoon season, but it doesn't get cold. It just rains with 80-degree weather outside, but it doesn't get cold. Arizona is one of those strange places I lived. Minnesota, I couldn't handle Wisconsin either. So I ended up.
It's the same as Minnesota.
I couldn't handle it.
The only difference between Wisconsin and Minnesota is that the eastern coast of Wisconsin, with Lake Michigan, there is very heavily influenced by Lake Michigan because it's such a huge body of water.
Mm-hmm.
And so the eastern part of the state is a little different than the rest of the state, but not too much. It actually gets more snow on the east side than on this side of the state.
Well, that is the thing about Chicago, that with Lake Michigan there, lake effect snow is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lake effect snow can add an extra 6 or 8 inches to a storm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, easily. And sometimes the only snow you're getting in a storm is within like 2 miles of the lake, and everything else is sunny. Oh, I love that one. But then the advantages is in summertime, you get the lake breeze. And it can be 90 to 100 degrees in the rest of the county. And the side is a pleasant 70, 75 degrees.
Sometimes, I think on the holiday days, it just feels like you want that to be a thing. And then when you go there, it's still hot.
I'm weird. I prefer hot weather. I'm one of those people, like during the summer, I'll drive into Las Vegas. Not necessarily like Arizona heat, but it there's something about the sun shining every day that affects, makes me happier, I guess.
Is anybody? I can't see the chat because I'm down to one device. Is there anybody in the chat who uses face moisturizers and stuff?
Uses what moisturizers?
Face moisturizers.
I use face moisturizer.
This Olay Regenerist. It's a retinol compound. It's really fucking good. It's just amazingly good. I was shocked.
Oh, so it's worth the extra money?
I don't know if it's worth the extra money. That's the jury's still out on that because it's supposed to get rid of some wrinkles, and I've got an awful lot, so we're going to see how well it does against them. It's $25 fucking dollars for a little jar of it.
Yeah, I haven't had the problems with wrinkles. I just, I get dry skin from the cold or from working with wood, but I just buy the cheap Suave hand lotion.
Me too. I have sensitive skin, and that's quite honestly the only thing that doesn't make me break out. There's something weird about fancy lotion. Like I've tried everything, and the old cheap stuff works.
I was going to say, I stopped using some of the, brand stuff because of apparently of that chemical or that's been in it. That like if you get it wet, it gets formaldehyde out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I was wondering maybe that's what's been causing my dry hands and cracking skin that burns. But I switched over to just like these. How do I say this? I guess you can call it like homemade soaps that don't have that many ingredients, and then all of a sudden, it's just my skin just feels so much better, and I can wash repeatedly, and it doesn't give me the dry skin.
Wow.
There's a product out there that farmers use on cow udders. It's called bag balm, and it's incredibly effective for cracking skin on hands.
Yeah, Sloth Girl just this week started making her own lotion.
That's awesome.
When I was working out in the cold a lot, I would I'd have that my skin would dry out so much my fingers would actually split open.
Yeah.
And the two products I found that worked for that was the O'Keeffe's hand cream or the Cornhuskers lotion. Those were the only two things that really worked.
I would bet that bag balm would fix you right up too.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that one.
Soft Girl, I don't have an allergy to wool, although surprisingly a sibling of mine does.
Yeah, Will, Soft Girl's asking if you're allergic to wool.
I don't think I've worn enough to know, but it makes me really. It makes me itchy. I'm born with a million allergies. I have food allergies, so I've always had to watch what I wear and what I eat.
Yeah.
So I've always weirdly have to buy like no scent deodorant. I have to get I get chemical burn from anything and everything.
Oh yeah, I can't even walk down the aisle of the store that has laundry detergent without just gagging.
Absolutely, I'm the same.
Just the artificial fragrances really get to me, and I've never been able to figure out what I'm allergic to, because they did the scratch test on my back of the 50 spots to figure out what reacts. I was allergic to the serum it was stored in, so all 50 spots broke out.
Oh,
my back itched like hell for a week.
I would freak out. That's like being on fire to me. When I feel I have eczema, I'm a mess. There's times where if I get the wrong lotion, I feel like my body's on fire. There was this one time I bought this soothing lotion, and as I was putting it on, I see my skin turning red as I'm swashing my hand down.
That must be really tough. What do you use for a foundation for your makeup?
I use I'm like this close to prescription deodorant. Let's just put it that way. But in America, we put lilac in everything. So I lived in Mexico, and in Mexico, their products don't have a lot of the same stuff. So I was fine. It's very much in this country, we over deodorize, we put preservatives in everything. And after a while, I don't even know what I'm allergic to, because there's so much things that are in common that I just avoid everything.
Well, yeah. You're lucky. I'm not allergic to anything except Republicans.
I found out the hard way. I'm allergic to Z-Packs. I was at a party this is 8 years ago. I was at a party, and I was under the weather, and my ex-girlfriend, I was her trophy. I was literally her trophy. So she was like, "Here, take some antibiotics. You need to go to this party." I broke out in white spots. And I'm just lucky that somebody was a nurse and had an EpiPen. So I found out the hard way that I'm allergic to the Z-Packs.
What's the Z-Pack?
It's the same thing.
It's an antibiotic that in this country we now give it as a cure-all to people. So it's a major dose of antibiotics, but it's only like 8 or 9 pills.
Oh.
I know the only medicine I'm allergic to is just penicillin. I learned the hard way, and it was after a tooth extraction.
Oh, good to see you, Doc. It's not easy. I'm allergic to Vicodin. It's not easy.
Isn't that weird?
I don't seem to have allergies to medications.
Oh, you could be allergic to just one opioid, I'm good with all the opioids that I've taken except for OxyContin. I get really loopy with that.
That's with Vicodin, it makes me physically ill. It's the weirdest thing. Absolutely, Mage Grey Wolf.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's anything new on my skin. I just have to put like a quarter-size patch on my arm and see if it gets red.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. Like I love all those smelly soaps is because I can't use them. Like Old Spice, I'm allergic to all of that.
Ooh,
All that stuff.
Oh,
See, but because I can't have it, I walk through the aisles and I'm like, oh, I wish I could smell like this.
It's a forbidden fruit.
Oh, I'm allergic to all of it. All of it. It's
what's the one fragrance that is real hot with the adolescent boys nowadays?
Axe.
It smells like cotton candy.
Okay,
Like,
so no joke. If I walk past somebody, they will give me a full blown asthma attack if they set it on stun, so to speak. if they put too much on, I've had to warn kids. There was one kid who I was like, "You need to back up," because he was trying to console me. And I'm like, "Dude, you almost killed me right now with your cologne." It's bad.
Yeah. That actually was a real problem with my fiance, that anyone wearing too much perfume walking into the room and I could be taking her to the ER.
Yeah, it's real. I as an asthmatic, I'm just kind of used to it. But because of my asthma, my allergies have snowballed over the year, and as I've gotten older, they've gotten worse. Like I have
even for people that don't have allergies, the way some people wear their colognes and perfumes and stuff like that is just obnoxious.
Absolutely.
I was taught for a proper perfume, you put a dot on each, or just a dot on each wrist behind the ears, and that's fucking it.
I do that. I used to do that with cologne, but I can't even use cologne anymore. Really, it just makes me sneeze.
The other technique I use is like if you got a pump bottle for spray type cologne, is to just puff it up in the air and then you just walk through the dust as it falls.
I had a good friend that used to do that. And we used to make fun of him, but he wasn't overtly smelly. Let's just put it that way.
I stopped wearing any scents because I just didn't want to overwhelm anybody.
Yeah.
My mom has this really bad habit of buying me like a fancy bottle of cologne, and like some of that stuff, it actually smells good and I don't get sick, but some of that other stuff, man, it's just, so I don't even wear it anymore because I consider it a gamble. Like, how sick do I want to make myself?
I really find most men's colognes to be completely repulsive.
Nowadays I was addicted to CK1 to age myself in the mid 90s, but that was a unisex cologne, perfume, whatever you want to call it. I miss that smell, but it wasn't strong. A lot of these new colognes, they knock me out. They knock me down.
Well, I think it was Old Spice that had the slogan, "Makes you smell like a man." And I was always like, no, you want to smell like a man, just don't bathe for a couple of days. That's what a man smells like.
Growing up, all the men I knew smelled like Bud Light and pipe tobacco. All the people I knew smoked a cigarette and drank beer, It was it was like, if you guys have ever seen the show King of the Hill, my dad and his friends were like that. On the weekends, they just kind of drink beer. Oh, they drink beer and judge people.
By the fence.
Exactly.
Yes.
It was a different time.
I think what's his name?
Boomhauer.
Yeah, Boomhauer is the character.
So I know I have family members that speak like that. I speak Boomhauer fluently.
Yeah, I knew I'd been watching King of the Hill too much when I realized I could understand Boomhauer.
Absolutely.
The boy ain't right.
To be fair, when it went into syndication, it was on all the time. All the time. That's how I've fallen in love with quite a few shows where they just kind of beat me down with it, and I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
it's on TV. All like I didn't like House, and it like certain channels turned into the House channel, and I eventually started watching it, and it's okay. You know, it grew on me. I thought it was
that
like
happened to me with several shows. Was that like they were the thing they played every night at 10 o'clock? So
exactly. As a little kid, I'm not going to age myself again. I fell in love with Law and Order, and watched it for like 30, some outrageous amount of years. And
It was a very well written show when it first came out. It was shocking in its
Jerry with what is his name? Jerry Orbach. Am I wrong? I love his character. I love that era with him. Excuse me. I love that era.
Did you see it from the very first show?
When they had the black DA?
No, this is even before that. Well, I don't remember the DA from the early shows.
I think
what was named Ned Beatty was on it.
Oh wow!
And they killed him off in like the first 4 episodes.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that.
A main character's gotten killed off. It was like shocking. It was so unformulaic for network TV to do something like that. It was wow, blown away.
Oh, that's awesome.
Doc Fearsome brought up a good point that, all fragrances should be considered non-gender.
Say again?
Something that Doc Fearsome is bringing up. Because there are times where, if somebody were to tell me you got to wear this because it's for, it's for men, and you're a guy, I'm like, no, I prefer wearing this other one, or I would want to be able to choose a certain fragrance if I have to wear something.
Very much so. Very much so. That's why I miss CK1, because it just smelled good, and it was made for everybody, and no one cared
anymore.
What's that?
You can't get it anymore.
I wore so much it reminds me of high school. It makes me want to cry. So. I'm just being honest. I was going through some stuff back then. I was going through some stuff, but it's good. It's good memories. But I was going through a lot. You are so beautiful.
Hey, Jen.
Hey. I'm going to be rude and eat in front of you all.
I know. I'm
going to be disgusting and eat in front of you all.
Oh, that's mean. I'm sure yours is better than ours.
But I need to show you something, because you reckon you guys don't do these where you are.
No.
It's a burger. It's a chicken burger. A KFC chicken burger.
Well, it depends on where you live.
Yeah, we have chicken sandwiches here.
Same.
Yeah, I think we do. They might have taken them off. I haven't gone to. I go to Popeyes because it's closer. They KFC by my house went out of business.
Red beans and rice.
So, do you guys have a lot of fast food places by your house? And
yeah, well, the shop,
topics.
like they say, is like 5 miles from here. There's all sorts of stuff there.
You know what I've always wanted to know, Jen, is can you go to like a fast food place and get a kangaroo burger?
No.
Racist.
Can you go and get a moose burger?
No, but if you know the right butcher.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can definitely buy kangaroo burgers you can buy kangaroo mints, so you can make a kangaroo burger yourself, but in a takeaways place, no.
McDonald's in America has specialty items that are locally based. When I was in Boston, I could go to McDonald's and get well, it wasn't a lobster burger, but it was a lobster food thing of whatever it was from McDonald's. I did get it because I like lobster. And in Wisconsin, you can get bratwursts in summer.
You know, we have tacos at our fast food restaurants. Do you guys have
Mashed potatoes,
tacos?
anyone?
Oh, you're making me hungry. Do you guys have
I
tacos?
won't eat these. You know, I hate their mashed potato. I will not eat this bit of it. It's going in the bin. And you guys?
Wait, that's
I
what you
can't-
get
what-
for
I
mashed
can't see what it
potatoes?
That's a small. You can buy the big ones, but I only bought a single
Okay.
meal pack.
Yeah. Yeah, Sloth
But it
Girl's
does come
happy
with chips
because
as
we had
well. It does come with the large chips. You know, it comes with a coronary in a box.
Sloth Girl's happy because we had a Popeye's chicken open up here at the beginning of the month.
Oh, they're good.
So she loves their chicken
I'm
sandwiches.
not going to let people watch me eat. That's kind of rude. I'll put.
I
them off.
absolutely it's one of those, like, I don't eat fast food anymore, but every once a week I'll treat myself.
Yeah,
Eat at my own risk.
Yeah, of course, that's one thing that, thanks to the lockdowns, all the fast food places, you can get delivery now. That they've got the DoorDash and Grubhub things, and so many of them now are offering free delivery.
We just started that here. California is way behind on that because there's an assumption that everybody has cars, because the average person does have a car here. But now during the lockdown, we're all stuck at home. I thought we should have had deliveries a long time ago. It helps the economy. We have a lot of businesses that are going out of business around here, so there's not too many places left. And excuse me, all the big corporations are going to take the places. Pretty soon, there's only going to be Starbucks, KFC. It's only going to be the stereotypical places.
Unfortunately, that's going to be the biggest result of all the pandemic stuff, is that all the family-owned businesses are going to be driven out, and the corporations are going to take over everything.
It's happening here right now. Right now, it's really sad, actually.
Yeah, we're going to lose all of the family-owned restaurants, and it's just going to be the chains.
And in this town, there's people that have known my family for 50-something years, and it's sad to see businesses that I used to play in as a kid. They're disappearing.
Well, that's what they said about this pandemic. It just made the rich richer.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what you're going to lose is the mum and dad takeaway places, like the little Chinese store on the corner, which is a shame because I've always loved those places.
Mm-hmm.
Same here. I still take my son to the donut shop down the street because they are going to go out of business, and they have been around as long as I can remember. The owner, I remember her mother when her mom owned the place. I remember when she had her 80s ponytail, and now we're all just old. It's sad to see those people not be a part of the neighborhood anymore.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's why
inducing chips.
I try to be positive because it's really sad times around here, and I live in a semi-prosperous area, and places are still going out of business. It's even worse in LA, where most small business is being driven out of town.
And that's what really pissed me off about the government relief packages.
It was insulting.
The corporations and even churches were eating up all the money, and it's like, if they really wanted to do a relief package, the corporations will just have a slightly less profitable quarter. It's not going to kill them.
Exactly.
That relief money should have been reserved, that any business with more than 50 employees shouldn't have been able to qualify.
Especially when you have to pay rent for a building. Corporations, they can always afford rent. Around here, people are... That's
the thing that's going to kill all the mom and pop businesses, is that they've still got to pay the rent and overhead during the months that they had no income.
Oh, yeah.
There was, in Australia, we've had wages support for people, but it's been paid to employers so that they can keep paying their employees. There have been people caught gaming the system. One person for almost $1 million.
Whoa!
Money that he claimed for paying people that he wasn't paying.
Does that come with jail time?
It will do. Yeah.
I think they should be in prison for that
Someone
one.
does not like being stolen from.
Yeah. Because here you would get jail time for that. Even during Hurricane Katrina, we had so many cases of fraud. We created there was basically a place created so that we made sure the money went directly to people that were affected by Katrina.
The number of the super churches who raise thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just for themselves, not for the community.
Dude, I've always wondered about that. Somebody will come with a charity. How and I it's just, how do half of these places not pocket most of the money?
They do. They work out fee structures that enable them to keep most of the money, so very little of it gets out there. A lot of charitable so-called charitable places aren't particularly charitable.
Unfortunately, charity is now big business.
Yeah.
Very
A
much so.
lot of organizations make a lot of money off of running charities.
Which is why, like, whenever people ask, any company asks, "Hey, do you want to donate, whatever you have, to equal this amount to charity?" I think it's just their way they get like tax exemptions too.
Imagine a $1 billion corporation like your grocery store asking you to donate, and they're pocketing the money, because that's what's happening.
Right. Exactly.
It happens here too.
That doesn't happen all the time. McDonald's has a standing policy, at least in this part of the country, where you can round up to the next dollar amount and it goes to Ronald McDonald House.
See, but that's different.
It really does go to Ronald McDonald House.
The Ronald McDonald House, there are quite a few in LA. I can drive around LA and see that money actually in action, That's different. They actually help people.
I think it's because it has their name. That's probably why it's easier.
True. But my grocery store does what Junie said, and I don't see, I'm not going to say the company, but I don't see them helping people. And their CEO, let's see how much money their CEO made last year.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
Hi, Kitty.
I'm trying to catch up on the side chat. I was busy getting everybody's links in the description.
Oh, you're better than me. I've still got to go back and put people back in.
Well, I find if I don't do it while the stream's going, I tend to forget. And especially when I've got people who pop in and out.
So the CEO...
the number of times doing that, I've had to look back, jump through the stream to find out who was in the stream, because I don't remember.
The CEO of the grocery store by my house made $1.5 million last year. And they're asking me for my change.
It's really impossible to eat chips in a way that looks sexy.
Food and that just is sexy. Now I'm wanting chips. Now I'm hungry all over again. That's ridiculous, though. How much money?
Do our boxes look like yours?
Are you getting paid for the product placement?
No, but you should, because I've been touting this. KFC sponsor Purple.
Is that in Australian dollars?
KFC
they don't even have to send me money. They could just, send me
Vouchers.
vouchers for a couple of free meals.
There you go.
Sponsor Purple. Come on, KFC. I've been doing the hard slog on this. Sponsor Purple. And Pepsi, you can sponsor me because I'd love some Pepsi vouchers.
Yeah. Pepsi owns KFC.
Do they? I didn't know that.
Yep. KFC is a PepsiCo company.
Interesting.
Also, Taco Bell and Pizza Hut and Long John Silver's. Yeah. This channel, Illuminati. You better check the spelling. No, Sloth Girl has the spelling right there. But yeah, she does kind of expose things of a lot of charities.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's awesome.
That she gets into looking for how much money they collected and how much money actually went to the charity, as opposed to how much got pocketed by the executives.
I actually work with one that directly gives whatever is given to them. They directly give it to homeless people. So I appreciate charities that actually do what they say.
Yeah.
That
I
actually help
totally
people.
understand that charities have running expenses, though.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh
and
no,
that's fair.
there's like the drop-in centers in Los Angeles. They they need money because they feed homeless kids, homeless adults,
Yeah.
but they have to run it like a business. That's that's different.
Yeah, and I understand that, the charities have to pay employees. If you've got anybody doing that full time, you can't expect them to do it for free.
And I'm not trying to be mean, but if you work for a nonprofit or a charity and you're not getting paid, you're in a cult. I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm
I
just
hadn't
saying,
thought of it that way, but I won't argue with it.
I'm not trying to be mean, but like, ugh.
In Australia, for a long while, Samaritans Industries would take on disabled people and not pay them.
That's the
There was a community uproar about it because they're supposedly a Christian organization, and they now pay them, but they still only employ, well, not only, but they try to predominantly employ disabled people.
Yeah,
Check out what
but they do actually pay them.
Check out what
does that.
Goodwill here in America does to the disabled people who actually do the work.
I was about to go off about that.
I was going to ask Will to talk about that.
They were gonna go. They get paid half, quite literally, and I forgot what it's called because my this subject actually makes me angry because I work with special needs adults. The Goodwill goes out of its way to recruit people with special needs and then pay them half.
Yep.
They go out of their way to recruit special needs adults, higher functioning people, and then they call them a something worker. I can't remember. And where I live, it's a technical term where they can legally pay them half because they're disabled. And the Goodwill should be called out for it.
Oh, definitely, because they still have to do the work.
And how much money did the CEO of, I don't even want to look it up because that makes me angry. The Goodwill, it's not as good as you think it is.
Yeah, Goodwill and Salvation Army both operate pretty much the same. That they get people with disabilities because they get huge tax write-offs for it, and they treat their employees like crap.
Absolutely.
And the Salvation Army then, as it's part of its written policies, is anti-LGBT.
Yep,
Right.
that too.
Not as bad in Australia as it is over there, though. Salvation Army in Australia has cleaned up some of its act towards LGBT people.
That makes a lot of sense because they are much more edgy at the Salvation Army by my house. And everywhere else I go, they're so happy and so nice. But the Salvation Army, the employees just seem so edgy.
Yeah,
I always thought it was my town. I just thought my town is filled with yuppies. So I feel sorry for anyone who has to work front line here because you have to deal with people with entitlement and attitudes and think it's ridiculous.
You have to deal with that everywhere.
I know. I worked fast food in my 20s, so I have complete sympathy for people that are on frontline jobs, retail, all of it. Just yikes.
I think everybody should have to work a fast food job at least once in their life. Just to really understand what it's like to deal with the public on that level.
Even if it's for just a little bit.
I mean,
I was
KFC returns.
spit on. Someone threw a full soda at me, and I walk up to my old boss. She died of cancer. She was one of those just amazing human beings. And I walked up to her and I said, "Hey, someone threw a soda at me. What do I do?" And she looked at me and she's like, "2 things: learn to duck and learn to fight." We were in a downtown area, and she was basically telling me to stand up for myself and not take stuff from people because they will take advantage of me. It was some of the best advice I ever got in my life. Because I stood my ground and wouldn't let, people still tried crazy things. But when you work fast food, you work just as hard as everybody else, but people don't realize that. You work your tail off for
damn hard hours.
Little to no money.
Although it's better here than it is where you are, because we have a basic wage, so a living wage in Australia. So
I don't want to age myself, but I was when I first started, I was making $6 an hour. This was a long time ago, though. And when I got paid $9.35 an hour, I thought I had made it.
And now that's just barely minimum.
Well, here in California, it's $15 an hour now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When I got out of high school, I started my first job with the fanciest damn photography studio in the county.
I forgot you did photography.
I was making like almost $16,000 a year at 18.
That would have been decent at the time.
And at that time, that was more money than my mom as a registered nurse made.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
It's not that way anymore, of course, but.
You know, when I became manager at said fast food place, they did up my salary to a real living wage. Like when I became a store manager, I was 25 and I made a decent amount of money for a single person, where I went from being like some bum in my crummy apartment to like being able to go out and do things.
See, I thought you were going to say swing manager, or like just a manager there. Yeah, I was going to say I did swing manager for a bit, and they only paid me $1 more than what I was originally making as just like a crew member.
This particular company weirdly rewarded loyalty. And so every year when you stayed there, they would give you a bonus check, which was basically your paycheck and then $1,200 more. And so they were just they had a lot of incentives. And it wasn't I didn't work for the Golden Arches. It was another company.
I have a friend who works for a fuel company. Doing a what do you call them? You don't. We call them service stations or fuel stations, but you guys call them
gas stations.
Gas stations. That's it. Basically working in a gas station, and he went from being a worker to being the assistant manager. And the change from that was he went from being waged to being salaried. But his hours didn't change, but his hours previously included overtime. And you don't get paid overtime as a salaried person. And he actually only ended up slightly better off with shit tons more responsibility.
Okay, this is the first person I've heard of having a good experience working fast food.
I worked in a downtown area. It was no joke. My old boss, she told me, she's like, "Oh, people are gonna pull guns on you," and I thought she was joking. And some guy pulled a shotgun out of his sweat, and that's not an innuendo.
Hang on. Out of his, how the hell was she keeping it? The weight of a gun in. Okay.
So in Portland, Oregon, you're wearing a lot of layers, and this person probably had it tucked under their coat or something, but they pulled it out from under their sweats and pointed at my old boss and I, and backed out of it. And as they were backing out, oh yeah, because she was aggressive, and because she was an opposing woman, she was 6'2" or 6'3". I went out on dates with their daughter, and she was like my friend. I walked into her house.
She was the kind of woman that TERFs would kick out of a toilet.
Yes. Yes. And she was no joke. Like, I watched her knock out a man in one punch. One punch. She was I miss her. We need more people. She died of cancer, but she was just one of those.
That's a shame.
She was one of those genuine people who stood up for herself. But
that, which is again an example of how bigotry is a stupid fucking thing because people are so diverse.
Absolutely. And as I was raised by I had both my parents, but I was raised by my father, and my dad was a tough guy. I attribute her to being more of an influence on how I fight than anyone else I ever met, because she genuinely told me, like, don't go looking for a fight, but if someone messes with you, defend yourself, But like I said, we worked in a downtown area, and people every day tried to test us because they don't respect people that work fast food. It's the strangest thing. If you're making my food, I respect you. I'm gonna be real nice to you.
Yeah, I worked closing at Subway. I never had anybody try with a gun, but I did have one time that a guy walked in and pulled a knife out. And I indicated to him that right behind me was a rack of a half dozen knives that were twice as big as his. And by the time he got over the counter, 3 of them would be in him.
Dang right. That's right. Because they had the magnetic strip with all the knives on it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I worked at a Subway.
I had a guy I had this kid. He was a kid. I was in I was in upper high school, so I was year 11 or 12. I can't remember. And this kid, a couple of years younger than me, pulled a flick knife on me and started doing the whole knife around. And I said to him, "You better be damn prepared to use that, or else I'm going to take it off you and shove it up your ass." And he just folded it up, put it in his pocket, and walked away. Because it was all flash and show. And I'd done martial arts for 5 years, and I was damn sure I could take the fucking knife off him.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened with the guy that pulled one on me. When I showed that I had more knives than he did, he just turned around and walked out the door. That was the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Raptor, I love your name change to Ungodly Sewing.
Ungodly Sewing.
Nice.
I don't miss my fast food days though. I don't. I had some crazy times, but I met some of the most dysfunctional human beings that have ever entered my life.
Especially like during the second shifts. I don't know.
I was a closer, and I worked 4 blocks from the Justice Center. Is it the Justice Center in downtown Portland? And so everybody who was being released from jail would come into my store or the other store up the street. So we had some interesting people that would come in there.
Yeah. Well, I worked closing, which was until 2 a.m. And it's like there was nothing else in that area that was open like past 10.
So you got all the interesting people, right?
Well, and a lot of drunks coming out of the bars.
Absolutely. I worked at a 24-hour Subway on Sunset Boulevard when I was even younger than when I worked in Portland, and I got an education. I got an education on women of the evening, men of the evening, the cops, the gangsters, all the people that there's a whole subculture that was out on Sunset Boulevard on that era. It was a whole subculture. It was strange times. Strange times.
One good thing about closing is that it really helped on my grocery budget because I largely lived off the stuff that they told me to throw away at the end of the night.
Me too. Oh, me too. Especially when I was in my 20s. I would wrap like two or three sandwiches, eat one, and then sleep all day, and then eat one before I went to work.
Well, Subway was weird because it's like, they took inventory of the loaves of bread.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't take a loaf of bread. Even if one had fallen on the floor, I had to leave it in a bin so they could count it. So I couldn't take the bread, but, all of the fresh vegetables and all of the hot meats, the containers had to be dumped at the end of the night.
Oh, yeah.
So I could take all that stuff home with me and nobody ever knew.
And then they start saying "Oh, well, we got you on camera, and then we can't, release you because of that."
There's a lot of places. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you know the one thing that I learned from Lori, said person I was talking about? She never made employees pay for food. It stopped stealing 100%. she never, she would say, if you're hungry, hey, you know, because most people were, that's the one thing at the time when I lived in Portland, most people were lower middle class. Everybody was broke. I was broke, you know, and so it was kind of ingenious because no one stole from the store because we knew if we were hungry, we could just go to the store and eat something.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I was actually a vegetarian when I started working at Subway. But when it came to the point that I was literally throwing away meat every night, I couldn't find any reason not to eat it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I was shocked at the waste of some of these stores. They like you said, they just throw it in the bin. And when I lived in Portland, it wasn't too hard to find a homeless person. You know, it was every other person was homeless. So I know I did a lot of Robin Hood stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm not scared to say it because I don't work for those punks anymore.
The other thing, when I was working at Subway, they had the stamp cards that they actually had a roll of stamps that you had to lick and stick on the card.
I remember those.
But when the roll got too small, it would just jam up the dispenser. So they tell me that when you start having problems, just toss it out, put another roll on. So instead, I would be giving those rolls to my friends, and it's like, a couple times a week, I'd get a roll that was basically going to fill 3 or 4 stamp cards.
Can I point out that Dobby isn't a free elf? Dobby is the property of J.K. Rowling.
I thought Dobby...
anything that J.K. Rowling does not evoke any thoughts of freedom.
I thought Dobby is when you tell on your friends.
Well, and that was one of the things about the Harry Potter books that I was really disappointed in the end, is she started that thing about, freeing the house elves and that, and then just abandoned it.
Jeff.
Never followed through on what happened with that.
Hey, Jeff. Are we still setting you up with a certain person on Saturday?
Well, it's going to be a little difficult because I'm not on that stream.
Aww. I'll have to do something about that. How are you, Jeff?
I'm okay. I was gonna go back to sleep, then I just couldn't, so I thought, I'll get up and jump in here.
Cool. Always good to see you.
Yeah, there tends to be a couple of homeless guys who hang around by the exit to the Walmart parking lot. So if Sloth Girl sees sandwiches that have been marked down by the deli, she buys those and gives them out to them.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow. They'd love that. They'd love that more than you giving them a few dollars.
We have...
and she's also been crocheting hats for them for the winter.
That's awesome. We have people who go around my town and call the cops on homeless people who are standing outside of Walmart. And oh yeah,
I've seen that in other places I've lived.
There's a there's a group on
just assholes.
Oh, there's a group on Facebook, so I joined their group. They kicked me out within 48 hours. They're just terrible human beings. Just terrible human beings.
There have actually been a number of cities in the U.S. that have passed city ordinances making it illegal to give homeless people a sandwich.
I don't get that.
I was going to say they started doing sort of stuff. They haven't made it illegal, but they've always sort of like they've always sort of they've been sort of getting advice from the government: give money to a charity, don't give it to homeless people. I was like, fuck off.
I would rather directly give it to somebody than give food to somebody than give it money to a charity.
God damn right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and the homeless people, I mean, even giving them a couple bucks cash, I'd rather do that because at least it's going directly to someone.
Absolutely.
And even a lot of people make the arguments they're just going to spend it on booze, and it's like, you know what? If I had to live that way, I can't blame them for getting something that's going to numb it for a couple hours.
Absolutely.
If they done that thing was because they insert in some like shop entrances and that they'd be where sort of a lot of homeless people try and shelter at night now. They put bloody these like spikes down on. And,
Yep.
stuff. It's fucking disgusting.
They put concrete triangles here in LA. They put giant concrete triangles.
Yeah, they
There we
put
go.
all sorts of things so there's no flat surfaces for them to sit or lay down on.
But
It's
they
disgusting.
here in LA, the sheriffs lost a Supreme Court case saying that homeless people can sleep on the streets because they have nowhere else to go.
I shared
So-
an image, Perps.
So they can't. So the cops lost.
Exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, those are just evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Vile.
why? Like making park benches like this so you can't possibly sleep on them.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of crap. It's not comfortable for people anyway, but
Yeah, I hadn't understood that the benches at the bus stop were so uncomfortable. And I found out later
Well,
that
even this sort
they
of shit.
intentionally made
in a
them like
tree,
that.
fuck's sake.
Those are for birds.
Oh God.
We have those everywhere here for
Yeah,
birds.
Yeah,
That
the
sort of
ones
crap.
on the trees, I have seen them on building ledges to keep the pigeons from nesting there because the pigeon droppings are so corrosive.
Yeah.
Those are under any eave or overhang around here.
Yeah. Hostile architecture is what they call it.
I once saw a photograph.
That's awesome. Saw through.
A gas station. You know, they always have that canopy over the pumps.
Oh yeah.
And this was on one of the coasts. I think it was a Florida thing. But lots and lots of seagulls would nest up in that thing. And it was fine at first, you know. But then as it ended up, the whole thing got so filled with seagull shit and dead fish and whatever other garbage they brought up there that the thing collapsed.
We used to be able to. One time, you go back about 50 years ago, we used to brag in this country that you didn't see homeless people on the streets at all. Now we've got to a point where we're putting spikes down to in doorways to stop them sleeping.
Yeah, well, the conservatives like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's out of control here. It's out of control here, and no matter how many people that we help, it always seems like there's 15 people that take their, for every 2 people we help, it's like 15 people take their place.
Well, you have real big problems with people, that are homeless that have set up whole communities and stuff with tents.
Oh, we have tents.
Along
we have
roadways and stuff, right?
Everywhere. If you get on the freeway and you go anywhere in LA County on any of the major freeways, you will see tent cities. The problem is that because of gentrification, no one realized the extent of how many homeless people were in downtown Los Angeles. So now there's these $1 million high rises. They've really downtown LA is beautiful again. It's in its heyday, like almost like the 50s. It's gorgeous again. But now over 300,000 homeless people have spread out through LA County, and we have tent cities everywhere.
Yeah. What Mage is saying here, pull yourself up on it by your bootstraps. What they don't realize is that most of these people don't have boots.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So the infrastructure has failed. I'm not going to get too deep into it, but in the 80s, Ronald Reagan got rid of mental institutions and just unleashed a generation of people on the streets. And that was the beginning of the end for California as far as homelessness goes, because it's been increasing every year since.
You should know, though, I mean, I don't like Reagan at all, but you can't blame him. It was a national movement, and mental health institutions really did need to change because they were abusing people like you would not believe.
I agree.
And they had to be ended. They had to be ended.
I agree. But there was no infrastructure in place to help these people, and
I understand that, but
it's institutionalized. No, I agree with you. But now we're on like the 5th or 6th generation of people on the streets, and it's basically that was like the beginning of the end as far as homelessness goes around here.
Yeah.
But it's
See, you guys actually have a lot. We have homelessness here in Australia, but it's not to the same degree as you guys have, because our social security is just a little bit better than yours. But you're still at the point where it is, even social security payments in Australia haven't changed in the last 20 years, but the cost of living has. So effectively, the amount that people are receiving in social security isn't enough to cover them. And now they want to change it so that instead of actually giving the people money, they give them a card that is labeled as being a social security card for whatever type of social security you're on. So you get the stigma of being either unemployed or disabled with the card you hand over to buy the food or pay your rent. So all of a sudden, the government wants to stigmatize people for something that's beyond their control.
Yep.
But the majority of the unemployed aren't unemployed by choice.
no.
That's the
as one of the people who have that card that gets you your food and stuff, it's a hell of a lot more convenient than getting a check and having to go cash the check and go to a bank that won't even give you an account because you don't have enough money that they can.
Yeah, but we don't get send checks in Australia. The government do it electronically.
Right, and so you get a little credit card and you use that. I don't feel stigmatized because of it.
But okay, but does a little credit card that you get from the government state what it is? Does it say that it's?
Yeah.
It does.
Basically, it has the name of the state and it says electronic benefits card or something to that effect.
Okay, if it just generally electronic benefits, I would be fine. But their plan here is to label it. So you have a disabilities benefit card, or you have an unemployment benefit card, or whatever it is. So they're going to label people, shove people into pigeonholes, and make them have to show that this is who they are every time they walk in somewhere to do something.
On the West Coast, if someone has a card that says Oregon Trails on it, it's we know what it is. So there's a stigma behind that as well.
Yeah, there's a stigma with just the food stamps here. And I've had that. I've encountered that I had a cashier making some very snide remarks about me using food stamps. And it's like, at the time, I was raising 3 kids who weren't mine because their fathers wouldn't have anything to do with them anymore. And that's the only reason we were getting benefits, because I was trying to support a family of 5 on what I was making.
I had one person. I've only had one person in my life make comments about me getting food stamps, and I just looked at him straight in the eyes. I said, "Is this $15 a month that I get really going to hurt you?" Because that's all.
But you have to be a strong person to cope with that too, Jen. I mean, you've only had it the once, and you're a reasonably strong woman. You can deal with this bullshit. A lot of people can't, and
yeah.
What you end up with is people who then actually end up in a worse situation because now they feel unwilling to use the money that they should be using to help themselves. And they end up doing other things like crime and stuff like that to help support themselves because they don't want the stigma of having this. And this is where you get these slippery slopes that people go down. And it's counterproductive to the person. I understand the thinking behind it, that if you give people a card that can only be used for certain things, they're not going to spend it on things they shouldn't spend it on. They're not going to go and spend it on alcohol when they should be spending it on the food they eat. And I get that, because there are people who need that guidance in it. But on the other side of it, you don't want to stigmatize these people either, because you make the situation worse.
I remember
in Minnesota, you can, anything that I don't know how to describe it. If you buy something and you have to take it home to prepare it before you eat it, it's covered. It can be bought with food stamps. What that means is that if you can't go to Pizza Hut and get a pizza. You can't go to McDonald's and get a burger.
Yeah.
It's got to be food that you prepare. In Wisconsin, they actually tell you what kinds of foods you're allowed to buy. For example, you're allowed to buy canned beans, but you're not allowed to buy dry beans.
What?
Somebody want to explain this about that?
So you can't make your own soup? They want to keep you. They want to keep
So
you from being.
lentils.
Fourth the cost of canned beans. So I don't understand the logic behind it, but
We have the strangest bureaucracy and the strangest bureaucracy here. So
All bureaucracies are strange.
Yeah.
mind-boggling.
We had to fight something back a few years ago when they the Tory government tried to introduce workfare schemes into but the thing is, because it almost got through, because there was this stigma and people were like, because there's this stigma, you're unemployed, you're claiming benefit, you're just doing it because you're lazy, which is not the bloody case.
Yep.
And you had this argument that you had these workfare schemes. Is who are you actually subsidising there? You're subsidising companies that are going to join these schemes, who are basically you're giving them free labour, because these people, they're not getting a job at the end of it.
No.
I mean, it's like when you see, I want to read things about in America, like Walmart, you put people working full-time jobs there, still having to claim welfare.
Well, and Walmart's
that's
the worst of it. Walmart actually coaches their employees on how to apply for benefits. Why don't you just pay your fucking employees a living wage so they don't need benefits?
Because they're about profits and reducing costs to employees is what it's all about.
Do they still not have a union at Walmart?
Oh no, of course not.
Still,
they are absolutely
they never will.
I worked at one 23 years ago, to age myself again. I worked at one a long time ago, and they didn't have unions back then. They still don't. And
Walmart pulls a lot of the typical abusive partner tricks on their employees. Just treating them like shit, but promising them promotions that never come.
Or they tell you insane things like this. The day you start working there, they give you you have life insurance and you have dental care and all these things. But what you don't realize is that they start taking the money out of your paycheck and you're paying for these things. And unless you work for them forever, you're not going to benefit from any of it.
And on top of that, like if you're already shopping there, then you're pretty much still giving the money back to Walmart. Just like how we were talking about meals when you're working at a fast food restaurant. If they don't give you like the free meals like for lunch, you're essentially giving them at least $7 to $10 once or twice a day, and that's coming out of your paycheck.
I can't believe how. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
Yes, and then in the end, you're expected to get their health plan, which also takes away so much more money. So it's like, I think you have to check if anything.
Oh, very much so. Especially in America, if you have a minimum wage job, your health insurance is $100 to $200 a month.
Yeah, for low-paying jobs for most people in the U.S., about 30% of it is taken out before they ever see it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I was just going to say, I can't believe how expensive fast food has gotten. It seems almost impossible to get out there without spending $8 to $10 per person.
One thing I've been, because they tried to start the process in the UK as well of this. But I've been quite inspired a couple of years ago, and I saw like fast food workers actually trying to unionize in the US, and I actually this is over here it's the Bakers and Food Workers Union have they've had some limited success in a couple of places, but they've been very much targeting McDonald's to try and get unionization within McDonald's, but it's still going to be a long haul to get there.
That's another organization that if they unionize, they would have an army, because so many people work at McDonald's here. We have, how many McDonald's are in your town? Just on the hill by my house, we have 2 within walking distance of each other.
There's a saying that one in every block.
Yeah, Starbucks as well. Starbucks will be the next mega corporation in America that owns almost everything. They're buying every old
Subways are like that here.
they
There's a Subway fucking everywhere in Australia.
See with the
Yeah.
coffee chain,
Oh, yeah.
Starbucks isn't the biggest one here. It's about second or third. Costa is way bigger than them than Starbucks in the UK.
Starbucks is getting smart
They're
here.
everywhere.
The Subway had been like that here in the U.S., but their expansion phases kind of petered out, and now some of the redundant stores are starting to fall away.
So you're right, Purple, because Subway is everywhere. They are like every gas station, every anywhere they could be. They're there.
Oh, we lost Jenny.
Yeah, she was saying that her Wi-Fi is out, so she's having to use data on her phone. She'll probably be back.
My Wi-Fi's a bit iffy at the moment as well, so jumps in and out.
Or for Jenny, it could be that her phone battery died.
Yeah, that could be true.
Talking about other
amazing.
expenses.
Oh,
Because like we're expected to have some sort of phone to communicate. They ask us like, are we able to communicate with you? Oh, do you have what kind of form of transportation do you have to make it reliable? And if you don't have a car, then you're less reliable, I guess.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, if you don't have a car, they can't call you in on short notice.
And if you don't have a phone, they can't call you at all. And then they'll blame you, and they might even like let you go.
Actually, that happened to Sloth Girl's son, that they had told him that he wouldn't be scheduled for the next 5 days, so he came here to visit for a while. And when he got home, he had messages on the phone, and basically they told him he was fired because he didn't come in when they called him.
It's
What?
ridiculous.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Still,
They told him he wouldn't be on the schedule for 5 days. 3 days later, they put him on the schedule and then fired him for not showing up.
No.
See,
I wonder-
this is why half of America is unemployed, because of these fickle corporations. I don't understand that, or how they can get away with that. We used to have like laws where you could treat people like that.
Just people
Well,
are
the one we've had
expendable.
in the UK over the thing we've had in the UK over the last 10 years is the phenomenon of zero hours contracts. So technically, you get a contract of employment, but you're only contracted for 0 hours. So effectively, anything you work is overtime. So so they put you in that position of they call you when they need you, kind of thing. It's a disgusting scheme. It really is.
Well,
That
and
is
what's become really popular for companies in America is to list everybody as being independent contractors, because then they don't have to pay things like health insurance or anything.
Yeah.
It's all supposed to be left up to the individual.
You know, it's so funny you'd say that because
Yes, so you're an independent contractor, but you can't go and work anywhere else or for someone else. Yeah, that
Yep.
game they play that one. Yeah.
Well, and it's one of the tricks that Amazon is trying to push now, is
Yep.
that they're making a big deal that they're helping employees start their own delivery services. But the requirements are that it has to have the Amazon name on the side of the vehicle, and they cannot deliver for any other company.
exactly. That's not independence. Like tomorrow, I'm getting the cable company is coming over to my house because I no longer get Wi-Fi in my kitchen, which I used to, which basically means I don't get it on the back of the house or anything. Every time they've sent somebody out, and this is $1 billion corporation, it's an independent contractor. Anytime I try to contact the company and say, hey, can you send someone that works for your company? They say, yeah. And they send an independent contractor.
Interesting.
And
Yeah,
it's
They don't roll in with the Xfinity or like the Comcast.
I have I don't even want to say, I have Spectrum, and sometimes they it's like 50-50. And even if they have the Spectrum logo, it'll say independent contractor under the Spectrum.
Yeah.
I have yet to see one person who actually works for the company, and they're building stadiums. These guys are, they're billionaires, but they can't help but send somebody who actually works for the company to my house.
Yeah,
Yep.
and billionaires, you have to like divide the ridiculous amount of money you make it per day.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
I almost got pulled into that about, doing the cable installation because I, just doing home repairs anyway. But yeah, just finding out that I basically would not be able to take jobs for anyone else.
Exactly.
And, and it's like they make it look like it's a good pay scale. But first of all, you've got to subtract all of your vehicle expenses and your fuel expense and insurance from that.
And your gear. And all the, like, if you lose a cable box, it's on you. If you, there's a lot of stuff that comes with being an independent contractor. And the last time I asked for a certain component from the company, and the guy didn't, he's like, oh, I don't have it on my truck. And he never came back.
Oh.
So, and I just get your modem up as high as possible in your house. I actually have it up above my head. It's actually it's a huge one too, but for some reason I had a signal booster put in the hallway, and all of a sudden I could I had Wi-Fi in my backyard. It was glorious, and after the pandemic, it's just gone. It's just gone.
I was confused then which godless she was talking to.
Basically, you wire the house, and then you put access points all over the place.
That's what I thought happened, and I feel like the signal booster, and I'm pointing like you guys can see it, but they went in my attic, which is like basically a crawl space. I live in California, but like the guy was in there, and unless he was just eating his lunch in there, he was in there for a good half an hour. And my
he was unionizing the bats.
Yeah. I had a great signal, and I don't know if it's because all the kids are home. I don't know what's happened, but I think that the conspiracy, the skeptic in me is like, oh, they did this, so I'll pay more money for them to come out and
fix it.
It was off the floor. It's let's see, I'm fine. It's like 7 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
I've tried everything, and I was trying not to call these guys because they're just going to add it to my bill.
Yeah.
But
we were in Michigan, that the sloth girls, it made a big difference when we, put it up on the highest shelf. That then she could use the Wi-Fi in my apartment next door.
That's why I have all this fancy stuff in here, because the Wi-Fi is beautiful in here. This is the one room where I get like uninterrupted service. The only room.
The only room.
But it's one of the, I feel bad because it's a first world problem. Like I have first world problems. Like, yeah. I can't watch my phone in my kitchen. Boo hoo. There's a TV in there, So I try to have perspective. That's why I've held out this long.
How did you do?
I don't see anything wrong with getting mad about first world problems. We don't live in the non-first world.
And I'm trying to be nice, but like, they're not giving me what I paid for. They're not giving me what I pay for, basically. And that's my thing.
Do you have a valid point?
Yeah. You basically got yourself a hooker that wouldn't go down.
It's like getting a handy. It's like getting a handy. I can do that by myself. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Don't need a handy. No, thank you. No, thank you, Spectrum. I don't need a handy. I need you to fix my box. Wow, that came out wrong and right at the same time. I should write that down. Somebody cut that.
Rising.
Piggy.
Who ordered a handy means fish?
That's actually a life rule of
In the
mine.
end, you'll get it right.
Yeah, we've got Spectrum here too, and I was trying to call them to deal with something with my account, and I was literally on hold for 3 hours.
They're the worst. And because they're a giant, that's why I made that comment about them building stadiums. They're a conglomerate company. They're the worst. And they have taken
their
over
corporate
it.
motto is we're Spectrum. We don't have to care.
Yeah, exactly. They've taken over LA, and the worst part is they've privatized sports. So if you're a Lakers fan, you have to pay for it. If you're a Dodgers fan, you have to pay. Not too many people watch hockey because hockey's still free. But it's sad.
And this was the bullshit thing that, cities across America licensed only one cable company each city.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's like, what was the point of setting them up as a monopoly?
And now I'm stuck with them.
When they were first coming to town, the technology was so crappy, and they had to basically wire the entire metro plan. Nobody could just conceive of the idea of doing more than one because it was such a massive job they were looking at.
I agree.
Yeah.
They have a chokehold around here, and basically you can't do anything without calling them.
The one that really pisses me off is when I was living in Milwaukee, they wanted to basically build their own Wi-Fi system for citizens who didn't have an ISP and stuff like that, so everybody would be guaranteed to have internet access.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, it is. And it was a great idea, and it was moving forward. And then the Republicans in Madison jumped into the fray and wrote a law banning any municipality in Wisconsin from building its own Wi-Fi network.
Why? Because they don't want people to have free stuff?
Yeah.
I'm very tempted to go for a run outside because I can hear badly playing Greensleeves.
Is that an ice cream person? I wonder what that was.
And they do soft serve. I know this one does soft serve, so I'm really tempted to go and get soft serve. With a flake in it. Yeah.
Do you know they did that in Berkeley, Jenny, and in Humboldt. There's quite a few places in California where you could just pull up anywhere in the town and they have free Wi-Fi. Quite a few places, but that's more Northern California.
And McDonald's do that. You can sit in a McDonald's and just use their Wi-Fi.
Ours does too.
Yeah. Well, there have been a number of towns that have put up a citywide Wi-Fi, and I think that should be the norm. I think that should be available everywhere.
The
But
internet,
of course, the politicians fight it because these companies that have the cable services give them lots of lobbying money.
So I've got this theory though how you can really freak out conspiracy nuts with your Wi-Fi. Just change the name of your Wi-Fi to 5G COVID-19 test tower. See what happens.
my cousin
His signal tester.
his was called "Get a Job, You Degenerate." And so every time I'd have to
I'm going to get an ice cream. Back in a bit.
he had the most evil name for his Wi-Fi. Sit in the parking lot and you have to buy it.
I think I cut out as I was saying that.
I've actually done that, Sloth Girl. I've actually done that. Especially I used to do a lot of traveling before COVID. If I got lost, I knew I could pull into McDonald's parking lot and pull up the map on my phone. And Walmart, not like they're safe, but Walmart, you can sleep in Walmart parking lots for free if you have an RV too. Well, just in general.
I thought they stopped letting that happen.
Oh,
I don't know.
No, Walmart encourages that anybody can spend the night in their parking lot.
Yeah.
That's
At least here you can.
Because I thought they were taking people away just because doing that.
No, the couple of times that I had to drive between Minnesota and New York, I had to take advantage of that for taking naps.
Absolutely, me too. I've done that before.
Because it was more than a 19-hour drive each way.
That would have been good to know because let's just say I had to live in my car for a while, and it was hard finding places to, park and sleep.
Yeah.
I did as well in my early 20s, and I had the same struggle. When it's hard to find places where people will leave you alone, the cops included.
Right. There was a thing that's I was listening to earlier.
I like that. Stay off my internet. I love some of the names. Like I've seen some really snarky things that people have said for their internet.
Yeah. Buy your own internet. Stay off my Wi-Fi. Stuff like that, yeah.
Exactly. Don't be a thief, because it's always funny when you go searching for Wi-Fi and you see these like awful titles that someone has come up with.
Keep the government out of my Medicare.
I might change my network to that just to confuse my neighbors.
Yeah, I don't have Wi-Fi. I've got everything on a hard cable.
I don't even know anymore. I just pay the it's so confusing. I think I have both. I don't know. I pay for high-speed internet access, and it's decent, but I can't tell the difference between like a year ago and now.
Well, when we were in Michigan, Sloth Girl and I had apartments that had a common wall between us. So I drilled a hole through the bathroom wall, and I told the two guys who ran the computer center at the local community center I needed a 66-foot Ethernet cable. So yeah, we were only paying for one cable service for the internet.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. How much money do these corporations make? It's good when you win, when you get small victories like that every once in a while.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
But like I was saying, a company like Spectrum, they're where you live, ripping you off too. They're ripping me off too.
Well, the other good one is if you get a sales call, isn't it? You just sort of just hold them there and then say you're held in a queue and will be answered shortly.
I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but that's what I do with even games. If you have to buy like a certain amount, like a $60 game, and if I can share it with somebody else who, whenever I'm not playing, it's like, here, you can have it, and you can come into the family service also. Because I think now some are doing like these monthly plans that you have to use for the online service.
Yeah.
You're a hero. That is
well, it's like Sloth Girl gets to drive my car, and I get to use her Netflix and her Amazon Prime.
Oh heck yeah. I I get emails from Netflix. They're like, how many computers do you own? Do you realize you opened it up on this one? Or like, yeah, they try to keep track, but I give my password out.
Because they do limit the amount of because they do limit the amount of devices, don't they, that you can
Yes,
they do.
And if you want to have more people watching, then you got to pay more, because then
Netflix limits how many devices you can have it open on simultaneously.
I gave my mom my password, and they made her computer the primary device somehow. And it doesn't matter because she watches it way more than I do anymore. But it's just weird. They instantly switch it over to her computer. Because like you said, they limit the amount of who they want watching. Because when I log on, it'll send me an email saying someone's trying to log into your account, because it no longer recognizes my TV, because I don't go on it that much.
Yeah, I don't get what it is, but Twitter and YouTube are constantly sending me messages every time I log in, that there was a login from a new device. And it's like, It's the same computer every time, and it's a cable to the wall. It's not a different Wi-Fi network. So why doesn't it recognize that it's the same device?
It does that to me too. If it makes you feel any better, it does the exact same. But I have multiple devices, and what it wants you to it wants to be able to track you, and they can't track you when you have multiple devices.
I'm easy to track. It's a big freaking case that's attached to the wall by a cord. It's not hard to track.
Will they can track you with multiple devices? They follow the IMAP number, and each device has its own IMAP number, the IMAP number, and it's just the way it is. They can track anything, anytime, anywhere.
No, I agree with you, but I sign in with my Google account, and it mirrors like I have a Chromebook over here, and it mirrors my Mac. Like it mirrors everything on my Mac. And all I did was type in my password, and I opened it up, and I was like, "Holy cow! It was the same as this computer."
Yeah, my iPad and iPhone are in sync as well. I'll put some on my calendar, and before I even close the program, it's listed on the calendar on the other device.
Exactly, and it on this Chromebook as well. Google is better at synchronizing their devices than Apple is, because these Google ones are cheaper, but they're more reliable than Apple products.
I don't think so. I have never had a problem. Everything syncs up instantly.
No, I'm talking about just resolution. That's all.
Apple products aren't any more reliable than other well-built products. The problem you have in the products that are outside of Apple's sphere is you've got a range of different build qualities. So if you go and buy a Samsung device, I'll guarantee you it's as good, if not better, than your Apple products.
Are excellent stuff.
I like this Chromebook. It's amazing, and even the old one is amazing too.
But I mean, if you're going to go with the cheapest thing you can grab off the shelf, then of course it's not going to be this good a quality.
No, I'm on a Mac right now.
If you're using a Chromebook, Google's got you by the nuts.
You're using an Apple product, Apple's got you by the nuts.
I'm owned by Apple.
Got you by the nuts. It's twisting them until they're about ready to fall off.
That's why I put in my password, and it mirrored my Mac. It was like, ooh, we really do own you.
Well, then it just saves you a lot of money on an Orky.
Even when I did the update,
I don't need an Orky.
Even when I did the update, it automatically updated both of the other books without me even like. It's a brave.
There's been no nuts on this ice cream for years.
I have seen this. What Mage is saying, that if you use different browsers on the same device, it treats them as a different computer.
Mm-hmm.
And I have seen that anytime I switch browsers.
It's really a good idea to use multiple browsers and to segregate your use of them. Like one browser only for Google, one browser only for such and such something else, and
definitely one browser only for your porn. That way you can have it set up to automatically clear your history after you've closed it.
I have an iPhone. They are they're kind of, I don't even want to say it, but they don't catch viruses. Because they won't let you go on certain sites if it even thinks it's near a virus.
There are viruses for Apple products. There are definitely viruses out there.
No, I know. I'm just being cocky. Because I go on seedy sites and it hasn't bombed my phone yet.
Stop bragging about how big your cock is.
I'm going to get a giant stuffed rooster just so I can pull my cock out.
I'm going to scream, yeah.
Giant stuffed rooster.
Shall I go get my pussy?
How big is it?
Well, I'm going to Amazon.
I've got a big ginger pussy.
Actually, I'm mad at Amazon right now because I'm waiting on a patch. Let's see, orders. And they have flat out told me if it doesn't come by the 15th, they're basically saying we're gonna keep your money and you should buy another one.
Really? They won't even credit you?
Well, like a true man baby, I sent an email to the company saying, like, this is BS. I will never deal with you again. Keep the money. So it's on my head if they do keep the money. It's just, I'm old school. If I ordered something, I expected to show up on the day they said it was going to happen. And it's a company that usually, if I order a patch, they send it to me in 2 or 3 days, and we're on 2 months now.
Yeah, well, if it's been over a month, that's definitely way out of line.
But Amazon keeps on moving the day. They keep on saying, "Oh, and I'll check," and like, "Oh, okay, it's supposed to come today." The mail comes.
It's teasing me. It didn't come down my street. Yeah, I can still hear it. It's annoying.
I can hear it too. So I'm kind of really peeved with Amazon because this is the it's the first time this year, but last year they screwed me over twice, and I ordered a hammock and it took so long I forgot about it. I ordered it in February and
a banana hammock.
What happens in our private chat, is for everybody. Is for everybody to fantasize about. Exactly. But I ordered a hammock, and it took 8 months for the hammock. And it took so long, I forgot that I ordered the hammock. It came to my house, and I was like, "Oh yeah." And then it was winter, so I couldn't hang out on the hammock. So they've really messed up. They're not as reliable as they used to be. I'll say that flat out. As someone who orders
What's a fill?
What's that? My Phil wanted to get a tattoo.
What's a fill?
Something in life? Father-in-law.
Oh, father-in-law, yeah.
That's actually I like that. Sloth girl, I might actually get that tattoo.
Will, are you paying Amazon like the Prime membership?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I'm crying and I'm going to get my money back, but I'm more or less just disappointed at how unreliable they've become, because they used to not be. Like, I would order Slayer patches from the UK and they would show up like within 3 weeks on the day they said. And now when I order a patch from the UK, it'll take months and months. So it's just sad.
Try ordering something from China.
Well, the thing is, they come fast. It comes faster from China. I'm trying not to be doom and gloom, but the infrastructure is falling apart.
This actually might be on my street. I'll be back.
The infrastructure is falling apart. Do you guys have reliable deliveries, Perp, where you live?
Most of the stuff, with the COVID, it's been slowed down maybe 2 or 3 days. Mm-hmm. So they usually don't meet the expected delivery date, but it's not generally been too bad.
Where I feel bad for complaining because, like I said, it's a first world problem. But these guys, it's a month and a half past, once they said they were going to deliver it. It's kind of reached a new point of ridiculousness. Oh
yeah, Sloth Girl's pointing out. Anybody who's like receiving food stamps or some type of assistance benefits, you can get Amazon Prime at half price.
Oh, awesome!
Except that you have to set it up on a computer, not a mobile device, and so I can't get it.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that part of it.
Yeah, because I saw it on when I go into like on my phone, I used to see it and now I don't. So I guess they just switched it over to, being able to see that on the computer.
Well, kids, I'm going to take off.
Okay, Jenny. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Jenny.
You get some good sleep.
Next time, we'll see you.
See you later.
Bye. Oh, yeah. It's Dave's show tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the next day.
Yep. I actually can't be running for too long because I'm supposed to be on Dave's show in about 8 hours.
I'm glad you're being responsible because it is a school night, but I just have to be. I'm kind of spoiled with the at-home schooling because I just have to get up, make coffee, and make sure my son's awake. Then I come in here and sit in my chair and fall back asleep.
I think I'm on. I think I'm on standby for Dave's in case anyone drops out today. So,
Hey, native atheist. You know what though? I'm gonna say something with the at-home schooling. Like, it has completely failed. I feel sorry for all parents. I don't know about anywhere else, but it's really been a setback here.
Well, I decided to do like homeschooling, not just like whenever people ask me, like, "Oh, is your daughter doing online classes?" I'm like, "No, I'm doing the homeschool. So I'm doing the teaching myself."
I'm thinking about doing that because the infrastructure has fallen apart here.
It's just
Yeah.
it's confusing for all the students, and like you said, I feel bad too because they're kind of just placed in this situation, and and especially when it was the first lockdown, or when the lockdown happened and the schools had to shut down, like the parents were kind of put in that situation, like all of a sudden. And if you had no idea how to, or if you had no idea, or didn't have the time to take care of that, it was even harder for the students.
Absolutely. And they've failed the special needs kids. They have utterly and completely. But it's hard enough to teach special needs kids in the classroom. So I'm not blaming the teachers. I'm just blaming the system in general.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
and the scary thing is, like in LA County, the kids are not supposed to be at school because my son's school is in a more Republican area. They're having kids on campus out of defiance.
Yeah.
My kid is not going to be a political statement. He's not going to be there to make everyone else feel better. It's a scary time because people are sending their kids to school, and it's not because they can't afford it. My son goes to school in a higher end, in the higher end of side of town, and like it's become a political statement to send your child to school.
Mm.
And they've already had COVID cases in the area. No way. There's no way I'm sending my son there.
I wasn't so sure how to feel about it whenever some parents would say, "Oh, I just want them to go straight back to school." It's either you probably trust the teachers to teach better than you can, but also it's like it almost sounded like I kind of just want to get rid of my kid to get out of the house.
It's not worth putting your child's life in. I can't speak about any other country, but it just seems like people here don't realize how deadly it is until it's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the problem, that a lot of people don't take it seriously until someone they personally know dies.
It's frustrating.
Or they get it themselves.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, and it certainly didn't help that, Trump got it, but he got the best health care that was possible.
Absolutely.
And they hyped him up on horse tranquilizers and set him free a couple days later.
Well, he shouldn't have been let out anyway because he would have still been freaking contagious.
My neighbor across the street got COVID, and we avoid him like the plague, quite literally. And I like the guy. I see him and I text hi to him, and then I go back in my house. I'm not kidding. And like, he was one of those people, and it's not about political affiliation. He was duped by Trump. He was one of those people because he wasn't overtly angry. He wasn't, but he figured because he was a Republican, he would spout a lot of the things like COVID isn't real, and he got it.
When is that vote happening in the Senate then? Because just wondering.
I don't think it's going to happen
for the impeachment.
Yeah.
McConnell has basically said he's not going to allow a vote in the Senate, so it can't happen until the new senators are sworn in.
So it has. So it basically has to be after the 21st.
It's going to be
Well,
it's going to be when he's already out of office. Then effectively,
Basically, that's
Pretty
it. We
much.
have to wait until he is no longer the majority leader before it can be brought up for a vote.
As long as he can never run for office again, I'm okay with waiting for a full impeachment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's really impeaching him now makes very little difference, provided the Republicans can keep him in check from doing anything really stupid.
I think
Yeah,
at this
exactly.
point, though, he's
That's
lost.
worked over the last 4 years, hasn't it?
But he's lost. He's lost all credibility, and like rats jumping off a ship, the same people who were helping coordinate the attack 2 weeks ago or a week ago are the same people who are now condemning him.
Well, I thought
Yeah.
I just thought what a chicken shit Ted Cruz
No.
is, where he suddenly
Oh,
decided that
he makes me so mad.
when he suddenly decided that he'd been against like all this fiery rhetoric of Trump's for the past 4 years. So it's two possibilities here. Either what you're saying is true and you were too cowardly to say anything then, or you're lying through your teeth and you know that Trump is so toxic now after that. So either way, you're a coward, Ted Cruz.
I feel like that even about I jokingly have love for Mitt Romney, and I think he's a gutless coward. By the way, he's been condemning Trump for a while, but even he kissed Trump's butt. You know, so a lot of these guys did a lot of butt snorkeling, and they should all be kicked out of office for it. All of them. For allowing this to go on, especially Senor Turtle. He should be way gone.
well, I do think that this was so outrageous that anyone who did not vote for impeaching Trump should be removed from office. But I know we're not going to see that happen.
And all those far right senators and all those people, they should not be allowed to walk in the Capitol building. If you're a gun nut, they should not allow them to even walk in the building because they were basically complicit with these people.
Is impeachment only viable for presidents, or can you impeach senators? And
Oh
I
no,
think it's,
they in the past they have even impeached members of the president's cabinet.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think
so
I think it's,
you could technically impeach some of the ones who are absolutely stupid and make sure they couldn't run in office again.
Can we impeach Ivanka? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I was
impeach
thinking
family
Ted
member.
Cruz, actually. but- This has started to melt and it's got really runny.
I didn't think. I mean, there was this joke that says like that I heard. I forgot from who, but somebody was saying that it wasn't so sure if Trump was able to get COVID because if the common sense couldn't get to him, what does COVID have a chance?
So tomorrow, worldwide, 1.99 million people have died of COVID. That's just insane.
Yeah, we're on the brink of 2 million people dying from it.
Yeah.
Can we stop calling it the flu at this point?
And that's just the ones that we know of that have definitely died from it. There would be others who have that aren't on those statistics.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially people here who don't have health care and who are scared to go to the doctor.
And
others
people in third world.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
and we know even in the U.S., some of the states have tried to cook the books to make it seem less serious.
Yeah.
So they have
And-
attributed them. If they didn't die specifically of COVID, if they had a respiratory problem beforehand, that was written as the cause of death, and COVID wasn't listed.
Well, it was to start off with. I don't know that they're still doing that.
In Florida, they are.
That doesn't surprise me in Florida.
I watch a lot of weird news programs and a lot of weird channels. And in Africa, they are just now starting to take COVID serious in certain areas.
I mean, but I mean, even a lot of people who are seriously ill anyway can't get the sort of treatment they would normally be getting. Because I mean, this happened with my sister last year because they didn't want her in the hospitals because I mean, and I'm not going to say that, you know, because my sister was, she was going to die either way. It was already terminal, but the fact she had to spend a lot of time at home by herself and like absolutely had to isolate from her kids and everything. It must have been, yeah, it was such a. Her last few months, it was so hard because she couldn't get any sort of, she couldn't go in and get care that she would otherwise be getting. And as I said, I don't think that would have altered the outcome because it was terminal anyway. But
I mean, I'm so glad we're not like that here in Australia, that it's not that bad, because my brother at the moment wouldn't be able to be in hospital if our COVID cases were like they are in the US. And he needs to be in hospital.
It's unreal here. They're saying in LA, like, if you're sick, good luck. If you don't have COVID, don't go to the doctor.
Exactly.
You'll probably catch it if you go to the doctor. It's plague time here.
well, I normally have to go to the hospital several times a year, and I haven't been. I said, look, unless it's something that urgently needs doing, I'll take consultations over the phone or something. Unless it's something like absolutely urgently needs doing, because I just don't want to be. I don't want to be near a hospital right now.
Well, and they're saying, you know, hospitals are reporting being 105 or 110%. And people are saying, well, that's not possible, and that proves it's a lie. No. When a hospital says they're at 110% capacity, it means they ran out of beds and they're using storage rooms and utility spaces to house patients.
Absolutely. They're using the baseball stadium here. They're using the parking lot. They're doing anything they can because we have so many cases here. You know, and I wish I could take people from those places where they're like, oh, we shouldn't wear a mask. No, they're trying to control us. I wish I could take them, just put them on a hill so they could see a place like LA, so they could see people dying in a parking lot. You know, because we don't know what to do with people.
Condolences there.
I'm so sorry, Native Atheist.
Yeah.
So sorry.
There was I'm so sorry. There was a news reporter who was just in tears about how many people are stuck in hospitals here just in Southern California. She was overwhelmed because she saw firsthand how many people are sick and dying here in LA.
Going back to Native Atheist comment, I thought I was going to lose my mother from the virus because she had it bad, to the point where she couldn't talk properly because of her breathing. And I said, I just told her, if you need to get to the hospital, you know, hopefully that there's like in a bed because it's bad. But I guess in the end, none of them still took it serious.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can cure people of their of stupidity, of ignorance. Willful ignorance is different because they're saying, oh, I'm not going to do this because someone told me not to. It's you can't. How do you fight that?
I don't know.
I mean, we've seen that thing on Twitter that's gone viral earlier. And I actually thought the thing was a joke when the guy was joking when I first saw it, and I realised he was being serious about someone who was reportedly had the vaccine and was acting all weird, and you know.
Is that real?
The video is quite clear from the host, but the person tweeting it out clearly believes this is real. And the funny thing is, he said this is someone in the UK who had this vaccine. Well, it was clearly an American, and the date it was posted, I think, was before the vaccine was starting to be. It was just ridiculous.
I saw your tweet and I just scrolled past it. And I'm like, I hope that's not true.
I mean, I think the woman doing the fit thing is just faking or something. But the guy tweeting this clearly believes this shit.
Oh, that's sad. That's just sad.
Yeah. Has anybody seen that video? I think it's in Egypt, where they had they ran out of oxygen and every patient in the ward just died.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so it was astonishing, really, like how
I mean,
bad.
people are saying that what the death rate is between 1% and 2% from COVID. So people are going, oh, it's not very high. Not many. That's from people who've actually been infected. The infection rate within the community, if you don't do all the right things and protect your community, can go through the fucking roof very, very quickly. Yeah, not all those people are going to die, but all those people a lot of those people are going to be a burden on the health system. And some of those people aren't going to be able to afford healthcare, and they're going to die just because they can't afford the healthcare.
Right.
You know,
so wear your fucking mask, you assholes.
You know, it's really funny because before the first lockdown, our numbers were low. People were praising California. Look at us now. Because people got cocky and they took their masks off because we effectively did what we were supposed to do.
Yeah, see, I think my little sarcastic comment on Twitter to that was I didn't know something along the lines. I didn't know one of the side effects of the vaccine was that it gave British people Midwestern American accents.
I saw that. Sloth Girl's right though. As someone who's allergic to everything, there are certain vaccines that.
Well, yeah. There are risks. There are going to be some percentage of the population that's going to have a bad reaction to anything.
I'm going to take it regardless.
Certain vaccines I can't have. So, I mean, I don't think I'll have a problem with being able to take the COVID one, but it gets. But like any live or active vaccines, I'm not allowed to have.
Yeah, so you would have to have the Pfizer one and not the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the other one is, whilst it's not actually a reduced vaccine, it is they've used another virus and attached COVID genes to it so that they can culture it. So you can have a negative effect because of that. Absolutely. Which is one of the things that people don't like about the other one. But the fact that you can culture grow it means you can make a lot of it very quickly.
I mean, this is why I can't work at the moment because of the fact that I am on the vulnerable list because I'm immunocompromised because I've been on an immunosuppressant for a long time. So.
Oh yeah, it's real. And that's the thing. It always takes out the vulnerable first. That's why I've been hiding as much as I can. I just stay at my house as much as I can.
There are cops without masks, Maga Wolf.
Yeah.
Maga Wolf, sorry.
And then whenever they go, if they ever stop you, then they come to the car. You're expected to open the window, and they can get close as they want.
Not here. They have to wear masks. Not here. There's such hardcore laws where if sheriff or anyone that works for anything, if you leave the county, you have to quarantine for 14 days at this point.
Yeah, well, we are kind of buffered by it. I know that, on both coasts got it a lot worse. In the middle of the country, it didn't get as bad. Unfortunately, that's also made people here more complacent with it's no big deal. So, the numbers keep rising.
So, Doc has a question. After vaccination or infection, can you still catch it or spread it? Dr.
I think so.
You only asked me that because I read about this the other day.
I know you know the answer for this.
It's like building up antibodies with any virus. You've got two different types of cells in your body that help fight viruses, and for the life of me, my brain can't remember what they're called. They're obviously related to your T cells, but there's two different actual types. There's the actual protein cells that are made that actually attach to the virus and kill it. Our bodies maintain those can maintain, depending on the virus, up to 2 years, which is why some vaccines you have to get boosters for regularly because you'll lose them. Yeah. So you'll lose immunity over time, or your immunity becomes reduced over time. The other type are a set of cells that remember how to manufacture those other cells, so that if you get an attack, your body can respond to it quicker. We know that at least for 9 months, people will remain immune most people will remain immune after 9 months. Whether that goes for any longer, we don't know, because we don't have data for it. We also don't know with reinfection, because it's still in that time frame of having those initial short-term ones still within your system, if the other C cells have learned how to manufacture them so you can fight again quickly if it comes out. So it may be the case that at least until we've knocked this bastard on its head, you may have to be inoculated for it every year.
Yeah.
That might just be a thing that we have to do, or every 2 years or something like that.
I'm willing to do that. I'm definitely willing to risk it.
But then that's the same thing as getting a flu shot. That's something you have to do every year, you know. So it'd be just like.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have problems with, getting a booster for it every year. From what I was hearing, though, they were saying that, some people had lost the immunity like 3 or 4 months after having it.
Yeah. See, this is where it's kind of confusing, because not depending on the level of infection you have, your body only creates a certain number of fighting cells, the T cells that actually go and fight the infection. Now, we lose them over time. That's the whole reason why your ability to fight an infection wanes over a period of time, unless your body learns how to make them again. So what will happen is, if you don't have as bad an infection, you won't maintain the T cells that you created to fight the infection. So given 6 months or 7 months later, you might not have enough to fight a second go at it. So the worse dose you get that you survive, the more immunity you will build up. It's why some people can get chickenpox multiple times and things like that, because you don't necessarily build up a good immunity to it after one attack. And that is a thing, and that will be a thing with the vaccines as well. Not everyone is going to build up, which is why everyone needs to get vaccinated, because not everyone. The Pfizer one is only 90% effective, and the other one, which name I can't remember, is 75% effective. So you've got a buffer that we already know is not going to be effective on these things. So everyone who needs to be vaccinated so we can achieve a herd immunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jen. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's way out of my field. It's only that I read about the other day, which is why I can't remember the names of all these things.
And,
I think we have Marrow or Scientist Mel in here, because
I
they
just heard your name. So
Well, I have had chickenpox twice.
I've had it 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I've never
Well,
had,
I've been told that I'm probably still vulnerable to get it again, even though I've had a vaccine for it, that my system just doesn't remember it very well.
My system remembers it, but my gaps were a long way apart when I got it each time. So the first time I had it was when I was 16, and I was ill for 2 weeks, and I got a really bad dose. So my T cells remember how to create the countermeasures, but of course they're not in my system when I get infected again. So it takes a while for the system to work out what it's fighting, and of course, chickenpox virus changes over time anyway. So it's always taken my body a little while. But the first time I was covered in spots. The next couple of times it was like a couple of spots on my body. Oh, damn it, I've caught it again. It didn't really matter. So.
Jeff, did you say that you've never had the chickenpox?
Never, no.
Wow, as an adult, I've heard they're awful.
Which is worrying.
Go get the shingles vaccine if you can, Jeff.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Shingles can kill adults.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Because it's not sort of a thing that people, I don't think it's like one of the sort of vaccines you get as a kid or anything is chickenpox in the UK.
It is now.
It's weird.
It has been for the last 10, 15 years. But prior to that, no, it wasn't a vaccine that people just got. So
I got mumps when I was a kid, but I never got chickenpox.
You got are you talking about the shot or the disease?
The disease.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Do you know a lot of these a lot of
That was all the worst couple of weeks of my life having that.
I had mononucleosis in junior high school. Shocker, I got the kissing disease. And
Who were you kissing, or what were you kissing?
oh, I still remember her name. I won't say it online. But
What was it that we discovered you could get
glands,
when we were?
both of my glands swelled out to the point where they connected with my neck. So my glands, I look like a blowfish.
Yeah, almost every sexually transmitted disease you can get down below, you can get in your throat.
We had this conversation earlier.
Yeah, we did. We had this conversation.
We did have this conversation.
It was freaky because you can get gonorrhea in your throat, and you can get
I was
you
watching
can
two
yeah,
people bragging about getting gonorrhea in their throat. Or they said it very nonchalantly, but it's a total. I was watching two total. Never mind. I don't even want to say it. They were two lovely people talking about how they got gonorrhea down their throats.
Yeah, I think that Doc's got a follow-up here to his earlier question, wondering that even if you've had the vaccine, can it survive in your saliva long enough for you to be spreading it?
Yeah, if your body's fought it off, it won't be in your system very long. You can be asymptomatic though, and still pass it on because your body's fighting it, so that you're not actually getting symptoms.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know that the data's there to support it or not, whether or not people with the vaccine can be asymptomatic. But I think they will be. There's already talk when they open up borders to people who've had the vaccine that they'll still have to quarantine. So if you travel overseas, you have to go in quarantine for 14 days anyway. Or you have to have had a test prior to leaving that shows that you don't have that you haven't got it. So there's that. So there'll be lots of testing for people who travel in the future, because you've got to make sure that even if you've proved you're vaccinated, that you're not carrying.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
By the time the general public gets it, I'm just waiting for somebody to say, well, I'm vaccinated. I don't need to wear a mask. I don't need to distance myself anymore.
That's
Yeah.
the fear. That's the fear I've got. That people, once they get vaccinated, will just think, "Hey, I don't need to worry anymore," and that is one.
Which is wrong, because you could still technically spread it.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I got mine, and I'm still going to distance. I'm still going to wear a mask.
Oh, you've got your vaccine, Jeannie.
Yes.
Oh, well done.
Last Friday?
Last Friday. Your first dose? Or
Yes. First
First
dose
dose.
in my. I thought those were supposed to be like a certain days, but I guess I have to wait till February.
second?
So you're about the. So there's only a couple of people I know who've got it now. You've had it, and I know Donna had it a couple of weeks or two ago.
Yeah, Donna had it. Donna is still being
should-
vaccinated.
She should have got it like really quickly. She's on the front line of this,
Oh, also she caught it as well.
Yeah.
She actually had.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she had that. But then she's back at work the other night, and she was in the ward where they were keeping all the people with the Rona. So
Yeah, and I think we just covered this, that, even after you've had the vaccine, you should still be wearing a mask.
Yes. If not for COVID, for everything else, whenever you're sick.
Thanks, Joe. I forgot what stream it was on that it got mentioned about throat gonorrhea. It was Dave's stream, and that's what made Will and I go look all this stuff up. What can you actually get throat of? Because it came about because of that thing about oral sex gives you throat cancer.
Yeah. Well, and I've got, no priority, so I'm not going to be able to get the vaccine until everyone who's on every kind of list gets it.
I know.
Yeah, the way the distribution is going so far, that looks like I can't really expect to get it before the summer.
This is why I don't understand why the US isn't using both. Because the Pfizer one takes so long, and they can culture the other one and get lots of them out there.
I'm holding out hope that things will change when the adults get in charge. I hope they hit the ground running, as Camilla Harris says, even though I have no faith in her whatsoever, considering I have no faith. But
I know you're a rock star.
I hope they fulfill what they're saying, because they're going to try to streamline it.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, also, I don't have much more time for the Democrats than I do the Republicans, but at least I think that at least there might be some sensible people in charge that understand that this is a real problem.
Well,
it's not going to be hard to be better than Trump.
Exactly. I was just about to say, anybody, you could put an R in front of your name.
Very low bar there, isn't it?
It's a stool.
Stool.
Senior Ploppy.
He's so lucky this isn't a kick the stall out production.
I'm eating my Weetabix.
I was wondering if that was a reference to him every time that came up.
And that's how it started. That was exactly how it started.
That's the thing. Don't mess with Stool. He's had his Weetabix.
Oh man, I gotta go to bed at a decent time. Stool.
With his spinach, is it still?
Yeah, Stool. We were wondering where you were when I was on with Black Sofa earlier, because I'm not very good at discussing the British politics.
Oh, like I am.
Well, hey, now the Poms have soon after the 20th, the Poms will have the worst leader in the Western world.
There you go. There you go. And sucking everything all the time.
No, I must admit, we're coming up close second with ScoMo.
Yeah, wearing a mask doesn't bother me. The only part of it I find annoying is that steams up my glasses.
Yeah, same. Well, after wearing it for maybe constantly wearing one after 8 or 10 hours, it kind of like irritates the ears.
Well, yeah,
that,
but see, that's the thing. People make a big deal about it, but it's like, I put it on when I'm walking from my car to go into the store. As soon as, after I come out of the store, after I clear the sidewalk, I take it off. So it's like I've got it on, maybe a total of 20 minutes?
Right.
I take it off the car.
There's something that has to be brought up in here. It really concerned me earlier when I discovered that Stool had this thing for our 14-year-old bottoms.
Shush.
He is Monsignor Ploppy. He is the Monsignor Ploppy,
You make me sound like a weird person. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Do not slander the Stool.
Did you not know that about Kylie Stool?
No, I didn't, and I maintain that it's not true.
You're maintaining that it's not true.
I'm not accepting this for 1 minute, because that makes me sound like a very strange.
Was he having a crush on somebody finding out they're underage?
Well, no. Kylie Minogue has a stand-in butt, apparently.
The butt that stands in for her belongs to a 14-year-old, or did.
And
Stool was making comments about how nice bottom that Kylie Minogue has.
I think that is totally wrong for whoever arranged that. That they have an underage person doing that, because they are rather, encouraging people to fetishize that.
That was my first thought when she posted the article, was like, who would let their 14-year-old kid be a stand-in butt, even for Kylie Minogue?
I must point out that the particular news article does come from a magazine that Stool is well within his rights to ridicule.
Also,
did you see
in my
who it was
defense,
from?
I noticed that it was some kind of, it was like our equivalent of the Daily Mail, I'm guessing.
It was the Daily Mail.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well, there you go then.
The Daily Heil.
I'm surprised I'm surprised then that
the Daily Fail
that it was an immigrant's bottom.
That would have been hilarious. An entirely different skin tone to Kylie's.
Or blame the French.
Yeah. Kylie in immigrant bottom scandal. But in my defense, that bottom is probably well into its 30s now. So
Okay, Ankyor says the body double is just a stand-in for blocking purposes.
what does that mean?
That's still gross.
Well,
I
that
don't
would
know what
probably
that
mean
means.
that wasn't actually the butt you saw in the video, that was just for while they were setting up shots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would have also been. She does use a body double for shoots. So
you
when they're
just
making films, but of course she can't body
spoiling
double.
all
when
my
she's on stage.
dreams,
So if it's a live production, she can't do it.
You're
I
just
hope you
determined to
I hope
ruin
you
my
realise.
dreams.
Oh, these scarves are amazing, Stool. Thanks for the
I hope
idea.
you realise you've just ruined Kylie for us. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Danny's
just
better
ruined-
anyway. Danny's cuter. And she
No.
didn't sing crap songs.
She did. Danny's got
Are you
that
a
really
victim of a
annoying.
mask fogging your glasses? You may be entitled to condensation.
Okay, that was actually funny.
I mean, let's face it. Kylie is the only good thing that ever came out of Neighbours. Quite frankly.
You say you don't like Jason?
I will tell you this. I actually saw him on stage once because he was doing Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds, and he surprised me. He's actually quite a good performer.
Oh, so you saw the production with Carrie Hope Fletcher in it?
No, I think it was. I'm trying to think. It was Justin Hayward was still in it at the time. But,
Carrie Hope Fletcher played the priest's wife.
may have been her. Yes, I can't quite remember who. Because Jason Donovan was doing the. Jason Donovan was doing the Artillerymen.
Yes,
one that David Essex did in the original.
Yeah, the guy who goes mad.
Yeah.
Start all over again. I shouldn't be singing the songs on Pipstream.
I'm just surprised to find anyone who knows that stuff. It's like I had loved that for years and never encountered anyone who had ever heard of it, let alone actually heard the music.
Oh, come on. Everyone in this chat must have heard of War of the Worlds musical.
Oh, yeah, it's splendid.
Yeah, well, it was never popular in the US, at least.
Really? Do you know it, Jeannie?
No. I mean, I've heard it, but I've never seen it.
You can listen to all the songs on YouTube. The entire album's there. So it's worth listening to. The music is brilliant for it.
Yeah, I used to have the whole thing, but I had it on an old tape and, haven't had it since we went to the disc format.
I think the latest version that I saw it's on YouTube, was at the Royal Albert Hall. And it was really, really very good. It was very spectacular. Not as spectacular.
Yeah, I missed it on stage. I was away.
Stool. So I've changed my my new, instead of a very stable sewing table on my other computer, it is now Douglas Furry.
What does this mean?
Douglas Murray, Douglas Furry. Come on.
No, I'm not with you. I don't get it.
Damn it! You know Douglas Murray, one of your
I get it.
one of the famous grifters from your country,
I don't know who it is.
spouts about how to kick out immigrants. That's because you're not right wing. I'm glad that you don't know who Douglas Murray is. Please,
To be
Jeff,
fair,
Jeff, do you know who Douglas Murray is?
I've heard the name before. I probably need my memory jogged.
He's one of those grifters from your country that spouts all the hatred and says, why do all these immigrants live here?
there are so many, so it's easily to get confused. And also, I've not been awake for very long, and I've added a tablespoon of custard powder to my Weetabix, and I'm regretting it.
Oh,
Why didn't you order pizza for breakfast? That's what you normally do.
Is he like a?
I wish I could.
He's wrote a bunch of books. He's an openly gay man.
Oh, so he's a discount Milo Yiannopoulos, basically.
Well, he's more presentable than my. If I ever seen Milo, I might headbutt the guy.
He's like hasn't been relevant in like 3 years now, Milo. Anyway, he
came to this country and helped get Donald Trump elected. He should not ever be allowed to come to this country again.
Well, but he was he was a pet project of Steve Bannon's, wasn't he? And then he pissed Bannon off.
So I heard he got kicked out of Australia. Is that false?
Who?
Milo.
Yeah.
Milo.
Yeah,
Probably,
Milo did.
Yeah, they all did.
Yeah, but we don't like those ignorant bastards.
I can't stand that guy.
Anybody who's too stupid or too scummy, Australia kicks him out and dumps him on us.
This was also part of the grift, though. Because
well, that's your own fault. Well, no, not yours. It's the Pummy's fault because they started dumping shit on us, so we dump it somewhere else.
That little particular group of grifters, so including Milo and Cal Beecham, aka Sargon, and
I'm surprised
Lennon.
Douglas Murray's part of that crowd.
That was part of their thing of saying, "Oh, we're being cancelled," and they started all this. "Oh, we're being cancelled. Give us more money, free speech." Kind of thing.
I don't understand why you guys haven't sent Sargon to the US.
Please don't.
He's been over a few times.
Well, just leave him there. Tell him he can't come back. Blame COVID.
When he was YouTube famous, he did go over to meet all his fans.
Ugh.
Yeah, well, let's just say his political career here didn't go very well when he tried to run for office.
I laughed so hard when he thought that his YouTube counted his votes. And then he realized that none of those people live in the same country as he does.
Oh, yeah, but who have UKIP now embraced into their...
Well, I don't know why you're complaining, but we only sent you Ken Ham.
Who are they?
Didn't UKIP try with Tommy Robinson last year, too?
UKIP are just an absolute joke. They really
UKIP have flirted with Tommy Robinson a few times. They've never openly let him in, no. But they have flirted with him.
No, they did.
They let him in.
He was their advisor on Muslim immigration.
He was their advisor, but they never actually let him join their party. Ugh. That's the weird.
Really, Jeff? I thought they'd laid back, spread their legs, and slathered themselves with butter.
No, that's what Majid Nawaz did with Tommy Robinson.
Oh, okay, that's where I got that wrong.
And then Tommy Robinson played Majid Nawaz too. But
he's gone totally off the deep end, Nawaz.
Oh, he's a grifter. I don't like him either.
Oh, he's gone even worse in the last few weeks. He's gone really, really bad. I keep spamming about him because I hate the guy. He's such an obvious grifter. And now that we've kind of found out who's funding him, and he'll be on tomorrow on the radio, and
he's well funded because he's on TV all the time. He reminds me, what is that one guy I couldn't stand that you guys probably don't know? Adam Dean. So years ago, there was this guy named Adam Dean that the BBC would constantly promote, and he was the presentable brown person, and I couldn't stand the guy.
So I was breaking up for a second then. What was the question? You were saying someone who was on the BBC a lot?
Oh, I was talking about this guy named Adam Dean. He was like the presentable Muslim, and it drove me insane because he was just brown enough, but he was right wing and sprouting these right wing views, and I just shocked that he was put on television.
It happens a lot on the BBC these days. It's really bad.
Like I can't believe some of the things that Katie Hopkins says would make the KKK blush.
The cat didn't want to get picked up.
She's the man.
Well, I mean,
Okay, I
I'm
gotta
like-
step
I
away
mean, I
for a
just-
minute. I'll still be listening, so y'all have to behave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be in
I
charge.
mean, she was the first one.
Oh.
She was the first one to me that it's amazing how long it took for Twitter to finally kick her off the platform.
Absolutely. She said the most awful things repeatedly. Every day she would say the most awful things.
People don't know who she is. Her tweets made Trump look pretty damn tame in comparison. She was
You know what she-
Wow.
Do you know what she said about Greta Thunberg?
Oh,
I can't even repeat it.
no, I can imagine it was bad though.
She made fun of her autism and then called her a wench.
She's vile. She's absolute. She is
She's-
just vile.
I don't get it. I don't get why she even has a platform. I stupidly clicked on a video recently, and I saw, because I knew that she was a complete liar, but I saw the reason why she's so vile. She's just a racist. Racist.
Yeah.
She's just a complete utter racist.
It's very.
How you
lucrative.
doing?
But she's not even very bright. You know.
It pays a lot of money, and that's why they do it.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Do you know how she got?
she got sued, so lost her house and what have you. So now she'll.
But then she gets
Anybody will
invited to
take
these. She gets invited to these places that are like $5,000 a plate, you know, and she goes speaks to these people so they can feel comfortable hearing somebody spout all these racist.
Someone
Racist
pranked her. Someone pranked her on YouTube, didn't they? Got her out for a fake award.
The cunt
I
award.
saw that.
Oh, brilliant.
I saw that.
And-
Oh, were they wearing
Yeah.
duck suits?
No, they weren't that, but they kind of got really, because she thought she was in this little echo chamber. You just saw how vile some of her racism was. But she's only famous for appearing on the British version of The Apprentice. That's all. That's how she got known.
So she's just like Donald Trump.
Pretty much, yeah.
She became famous. She was in the first series of The Apprentice, and she made it into the newspapers because she did the sex with one of the other contestants, and that's basically how she became famous.
Yikes!
And then she went on the grifting "Let's Be Racist" bandwagon.
Yeah. Well, she got very big on Twitter. Then the Sun gave her a column for a while, which
And then she had her own show on LBC,
Yeah.
which eventually they had to sack her because she kept doing racisms, like they had to do with Farage.
Mm.
They're all the same. Nawaz needs to go. But they won't get rid of him because a lot of people haven't sussed yet that he's actually a lying twat.
I always thought he was.
He's got a lot of fans because he plays this game. He likes to pretend that he's a critical thinker and he listens to both sides. But it's absolute horseshit. It really is. The stuff that he's been spreading, COVID, pseudoscience, and all kinds of crap. He's a nasty piece of work. Really is.
I might hop out in a sec because I'm got down stream in an hour and a half, and I've got stuff I got to get done.
I need to go to bed
Six
too.
pack
Yeah,
today, isn't it? So
I was wondering about that. I got to go to bed soon, anyways, too.
So yeah.
oh, by the way, obviously we got to get hashtag Dopey Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe, yeah, I saw that.
That made me laugh so much.
You know, why can't Katie Hopkins be like Michelle Dewberry? She wouldn't starve herself on an island somewhere, and now she's on the pledge, spouting out a bunch of crap, but she's not a hate-filled harpy like Katie Hopkins. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I used to watch the pledge.
I want to say how many times has Katie Hopkins said if like certain person wins an election, she's going to leave the UK, but she's never done it.
You know,
gosh.
I saw the episode where what's his name? Mr. Ferrari, Nick Ferrari told Afra Hirsch, if you don't like this country, get out of it.
Yeah, he's another piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a complete piece of shit.
I'm going to hop out. I love you all. I will catch you later. Bye.
Hi,
Bye.
Jenny.
Dude, I do need to go soon. But he's another one who's a complete grifting. How does he still have a job?
He's probably the highest paid presenter on LBC because he does the breakfast show. It really is vile. It's tabloid radio. It's just, but he hides it. He kind of sells his racism in a hidden way to all the bigots.
Absolutely.
He skirts around the edges.
I miss watching the pledge, and then Brexit happened, and that's all they talked about for the past 4 years. I miss that show.
Well, that conversation's not ending soon.
And Rachel Johnson too. I miss her too.
I just need to mention Sloth Girl mentioned Mrs. Brown's boys. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to block you, Sloth Girl. That's a pile of crap.
So is it snowing where you live, Purple? Oh, that's right.
Oh,
He's
Purple
not.
steps
He's
out.
not.
That's right. I'm catching up on the chat. I need to go to bed soon. I have
It's
to
3
get up.
a.m. for me.
It's about to be 1.
Yeah, I'm saying bye to Jen.
Is it snowing fairly hard over there?
Sloth Girl says it is. I really can't. I really didn't look out the window here.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take off soon myself because I gotta get up early in the next 5 hours.
Yeah, well, that's I shouldn't be running this too much longer because in 7 hours I've got to be on Dave's show.
I know Monsignor Ploppy just woke up. But if you happen to, I'm gonna start streaming from the side of my house just to make you angry, Stool.
Yeah, we did miss you, Stool. We were wondering where you'd been all day.
It was 80
day?
degrees today.
All day. Oh, you mean yesterday? Oh, I've been sleeping and I've got a few shit things going on that shit.
I love your sunny disposition, Stool.
Thank you very much. I hate you because you're a racist.
You know what? My day would not have been completed if you didn't call me a racist. Thank you, Monsignor Ploppy.
Will literally stayed up in hopes that you'd come.
I did. I even put my scarf on. This is strangely warm. Scarves are amazing. I made this, by the way. Scarves are amazing. I got bored one day and I made this.
He's got a bit of the Tom Baker going on there.
I was trying to do my hobo version of it, Yeah. I didn't want to completely copy it, so I made a homeless version of it.
This isn't actually a scarf. This is part of my Jedi outfit. I'm not sure, which I only ever wore once. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with it. I think it's the things you wrap around your legs.
No, you get in a TIE fighter and you go fight Vader.
No.
I had an actual Tom Baker scarf that was long enough that when I wrapped it around my neck, both ends dragged on the ground.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, my sister-in-law made it, but I had gotten instructions from a woman who actually had worked at the BBC costume department when the original one was being made. Oh. So I got a copy of the original instructions, and my sister-in-law made it.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, but I sent that to Doc Fearsome for his helping us move.
Oh, that's scarves in general are amazing, but Doctor Who, the Tom Baker scarves are something special.
Yeah, hold on. I should have a picture of it here still. It'll take me a minute to find it.
I know.
If I can find my scarf.
What's that, Jeff? You kind of roboted.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just moved I was in a spot where Wi-Fi went to go. Let's see if I can find my scarf for a second. Yes. Yeah. Give me a. Let's have a look for it.
Oh, how you do it? Oh, we have a request stool before I go to bed. How you doing?
I've only just woken up. I can't do that.
Oh my god, that was the most shite. How you do? I'm about to go to bed. I am so tired. I am so exhausted. I only play irresponsible on the internet. There you go. That's
Okay, here we go. This is Sloth Girl wearing the Doctor Who scarf.
Oh, that's amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
I found out it actually turned out a bit wider than the original one because the instructions were not given in number of stitches, but only in number of skeins. And it turned out that American skeins are bigger than UK skeins.
It's a borrower.
Hey, racist, be careful. I'm a borrower.
Yeah, Sloth Girl comes to just above my shoulder.
That's awesome. That's awesome too.
Just the red and white one. Well,
so if I wore that on the wrong side of town, would I get beat up by people in a certain kind of club?
If you walk around the city of Portsmouth with it, you might be asking for trouble. Yeah.
That's what I figured. Around here, if you're wearing the wrong colors at the stadium, someone will say something to you.
I actually do have a blue and white one somewhere. There's Eastleigh Football Club, which is like a it's like a non-league, like a minor league outfit, you know.
In the raid on the Capitol, they actually tracked one guy down by the scarf he was wearing. Because when the footage had gone out on the internet, somebody in Sweden realized the scarf he was wearing was one that had been specifically made and sent out to people who were formerly residents of this one village in Sweden, and that only like 900 of these scarves had ever been made.
That's awesome.
So they tracked down that there were only 2 of them that ever got to the U.S.
Oh, that's awesome. Could you imagine the other person who bought the other scarf? They're sitting at their house and the FBI came to their house.
Yeah, the other woman was questioned about it before they found the guy.
I bet that's awesome. That's beautiful.
That's Eastleigh Football Club. Sort of I sometimes go and watch them. Well, at least I did when we were, full lockdown. But
today was the first night of hockey season, and this is the first time in 6 years I haven't gone to the stadium and watched opening night, especially in LA. So I get it. We lost. I didn't even look up. It's going to be another long hockey season.
I wouldn't even know what the team is in LA. I just don't follow hockey.
Ironically,
what kind of hockey team can you have in a state that doesn't have any ice?
Well, we have a ton of ice rinks here. A ton of ice rinks. Yeah, we get bored.
That's the synthetic stuff. It's not the same as skating on real ice.
The first time I skated on the lake, I was fearful.
Do your hockey rinks actually even have like water ice, or is it just some kind of a plastic substitute? You've got like AstroTurf ice.
No, we have real ice. We have real hockey sticks, gloves, and everything.
Nah, I'm not buying it. Your Zamboni just puts down white paint over a plastic sheet.
I won't even lie, though. I've seen footage of Minnesota hockey, and you guys put more butts in your seat than we do for professional hockey.
Oh, and what's wild in the Twin Cities? They're sold out virtually every time. They put more people in the stadium for the high school hockey tournament than for any professional sporting event.
So your high school hockey tournaments are put on the NHL channel because people are so shocked at the amount of people that show up.
Yep. Yeah, the high school hockey tournaments are held in the professional arena.
Yeah.
And they sell out virtually every seat.
That's insane. Even here, we don't sell out like that. And there's some real fans here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a nightmare in downtown St. Paul while the high school hockey tournament is going on. It's like you can't drive downtown for anything because you have to like literally park a half a mile away.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Right. I think I'm going to break out my favourite Sam Elliott meme again for Pastor Greg Locke.
Why is he being dumb again?
Yeah, well, yeah, I missed this one. This is a while ago, but I missed this tweet. But myself and one ringer are trying to like have a competition to see who can get blocked by him.
He still hasn't banned you guys yet.
Amazingly, yeah. Dave apparently got blocked by him ages ago.
Oh, it's fickle nowadays trying to get blocked by these haters.
I'm wondering who I'm going to get blocked by first, Pastor Greg Locke or Kevin Sorbo.
Oh, Kevin Sorbo has gone off the deep end. But before we go too far into how Hercules has lost his mind, Sloth Girl, when the Rams came back to Los Angeles, parking was $100 a car. So parking is outrageous here in Los Angeles.
Hey, GeoSam. Yeah. One thing about, when they sell a sports franchise, it needs to be a requirement that they need to change their name to something appropriate to the new location. LA Lakers makes no fucking sense. They're the Lakers because they came from Minneapolis.
Absolutely. Look at the Clippers.
Look. I didn't know there were trolley dodgers in LA either.
Now,
all of our teams are transplants here.
Yeah. When they sold their hockey team, they at least modified it somewhat. So from the North Stars, they got sold to Texas and became the Lone Stars. At least they did something there.
They're still the Stars.
I find it weird how I find it weird how many teams, NFL teams, have gone in and out of LA over the years.
Do you know you guys would laugh? The guys from the UK are gonna laugh at the name of the LA Hockey Club. They're named the LA Kings. So where I'm from, and their minor league teams are called the Monarchs.
Yeah, the LA Kings sounds like a street gang.
Depending on what hat you're wearing and what streets you're standing on,
We had an American football team in London at one time called the Monarchs.
That's right, because there was NFL, and it was called NFL Europe.
I remember that. Yeah. They were trying to expand it over there.
I remember that. Oh, that was so long ago. That was on TV here.
There was definitely talk of an NFL franchise. There's been talk of an NFL franchise moving to London for
once they can figure out how to get.
I think Jacksonville Jaguars were toying with the idea because they have got a big following in the UK because they've always been very big about coming over to the UK to that game. They always want to go over there.
The only problem is logistics. They're just trying to figure out how to get a team there every other week or vice versa, because it would be 16 weeks of traveling back and forth over the Atlantic.
I think London's probably the only city that could support it. There'd be enough interest that you could probably support an NFL franchise. I don't know that they'd be able to do it in somewhere like Manchester or, Birmingham or anything like that. But London, it's doable.
But don't you guys... Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is completely off, but while we have a good audience here, I needed to mention that Junk Shop and Julie LaVoice are having a serious problem right now. They need $854 by the end of the month, or they risk losing their health insurance. So if anybody has a few bucks to help them out, Amiga Nuts, can you post the link for Junkyard's PayPal?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't have much, but I sent them a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I sent him a bit this afternoon. I'm still kind of stretched because I've got to be paying off the components for the new computer and some car repairs right now. But I wanted to mention that, while we've got a decent size audience here. So, and if you can't help, people, if you can just, tweet it out, let other people know, maybe somebody else can help.
Thank you for that, Purple.
Yeah, they definitely need recognition because
and they help other people. Julie sent me the power supply to build my new computer.
Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna take off before I fall asleep on the stream, and then get remembered for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, you wouldn't be the first one. Actually, I think you would be the fourth person to fall asleep in my stream.
I heard Jenny fall asleep earlier, and I was like, "Oh, I'm next." I'm not even going to say anything bad about it because I'm next after that one.
It happens. I start at midnight. I expect these things.
Absolutely.
It's too late for people in North America and too early for people in the UK.
I know, and it's past 3 over here. For me, I'm surprised I'm still awake.
I know. I got to.
You can probably hear it in my voice.
I'm going to be in tears tomorrow morning when I wake up. Like, I'm all like, oh, yeah, I'll be fine. No, I'm going to be crying at the coffee machine.
Yeah.
Full tears.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. where I am as well, but for me, this is normal. I generally don't get to bed any earlier than this.
This is the first week back being on the school schedule, and it has kicked the absolute shit out of me. Just going from being on the pirate hours of staying up on Australia hours to going back to getting up early in the morning. My circadian clock isn't set yet.
I'm just lucky I have a day off tomorrow.
I don't think I have a biological clock. When I sleep, it's completely random.
I get hypoglycemic after about 2 days, 2-3 days. If I don't get proper sleep, I start getting extra weird.
Well, yeah, I know when I get up around 70 hours without sleep, I start hallucinating.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I can imagine.
Yeah. And thanks, Amiga, for putting the links out there.
Absolutely. Well, Stu, you're on your best behavior. Absolutely. You're being absolutely nice.
I am always nice.
I know. You are. Well, have a great night, guys. As always, Perp, thank you for letting me be on your show.
Yeah, well, I always appreciate you being here. You always add to the conversation.
Yeah, you big racist.
I see Sloth Girl's gonna try to lay down too. I hope she can get some sleep because I know the last couple of days have been pretty rough on her.
Yeah. As always, thank you. See you guys later.
Yep. Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Oh. So how's it going for you, Stool? Did you actually get some decent sleep today or yesterday?
I've actually done a lot of sleeping.
That's good.
Well, not by choice. I think I'm still kind of recovering from my little whatever it was.
Guys, I think I'm going to have to jump off as well, actually. So I've just had a message come through I need to respond to. So
okay. Well, thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you guys later, okay? All right.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, Jeff.
So what's going on now?
Apart from that, it's pretty shit, really. Couldn't get much shitter. Bad shit going on. Not good.
So you're still recovering from the bug?
I think so, yeah. A lot of sleep is happening.
Sleep is good. I mean, if you can't use all the sleep you're getting, you can send it to me. I wish it worked that way. I could, I'd be willing to pay someone to sleep for me if that would work.
Well, it's usually the other way around. I usually do not and cannot sleep. But I'm finding myself falling asleep and sleeping for a very, very long time. Which is good because there's fuck all else to do. But, yeah.
Yeah.
There's times where I just end up either not sleeping or I keep waking up at night. I don't know. I would, like you said, if there was like a way to just get it, it'd be great.
Well, unless I totally drive myself to complete exhaustion, and I mean like working 50 or 60 hours, I do not sleep more than 2 hours at a time.
Yikes.
They'll sleep for 2 hours and I'll wake up and I'll lay there and it'll take me an hour or so to fall back to sleep. So generally it's like I lay in bed 8 hours to get 5 hours sleep. So yeah, most days I don't get more than 4 or 5 hours.
That used to be like my schedule when I was doing overnight shifts. It's like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 hours if I got lucky to sleep.
Yeah, I think for me, I think it's mostly psychological. That I think it's because my father and my family, would get on me for being in bed too much. That sleeping was like time wasted. And I think that's become so programmed into me that I can't get past that, so I can't stay asleep.
That's rough.
Yeah, my father was very, very career driven. That like wasting time was the ultimate sin to him. That if you weren't doing something productive, if you weren't doing something that you could show you had built something, anything else was time wasted.
That's crazy. Well, that's what it's the mentality that time is equal to money.
Well, and my father grew up during the Great Depression. He was a World War II veteran. So yeah, it was just very much that thing that, growing up on a farm, that everyone had to be doing chores all the time.
I see.
It's something it took me a great many years to come to terms with and realize that, he fucked me up in a lot of ways, but there wasn't anything malicious there. He actually did the best he could do based on how he was raised. It doesn't change the fact that he fucked me up, but in a way it wasn't really his fault.
And you said he was a veteran too?
Yeah, he served in France during World War II.
So not only maybe not only just the way that maybe he was raised, but the lifestyle that led up to this.
Oh yeah.
Point.
Well, he definitely had PTSD at a time that they didn't identify it. He had 2 Purple Hearts. He never told us how he got them.
Mm-hmm.
And anything we know about his service record wasn't anything he told him. It was just overhearing him talking with, people he was in the military with. It wasn't anything he would ever talk about with the family.
It can be tough, yeah.
Yeah. The he was a member of the 95th Infantry, which got nicknamed the Iron Men of Metz, and that name actually was given to them by the German infantry after they repelled like the 8th attempt by the Germans to take that town. So to this day, there is a museum in the town of Metz, France, dedicated to his infantry division.
Oh wow.
Sorry, didn't really mean to get into all that.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm trying to keep myself up.
Yeah, stools popped out on us for a bit.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I just don't want you seeing me eating or trying to eat my Weetabix because I've really fucked it up.
How do you
really
fuck up
shouldn't-
Weetabix?
I just should not have added the custard powder.
I can't even imagine how Weetabix and custard powder connect. I just this is totally outside my frame of reference.
I thought it might just sex it up a little.
But custard powder is a concept I do not have.
Oh yeah, you guys don't get custard powder, do you?
I've never heard of such thing.
I'm guessing this is like the the instant pudding that we just add milk to.
You just add hot water to it. And somebody gave me a tin for Christmas, and it's the posh kind, you see, because there is a posh kind of custard powder, but it tastes horrible. So I thought I've got to get rid of this. So I added a spoonful to my Weetabix, and it's just not worked out well.
Yeah, Orla says if you don't do the sleeps, you don't do the brain. And yeah, that's definitely true. I've actually been expounding on a theory that humans would not have risen to the intelligence we have if it was not for the symbiosis we developed with dogs. That we were only able to sleep hours at a time by having watchdogs.
Right. Otherwise,
and there is definitely a direct relation between being able to sleep long periods of time and developing intelligence.
Right. And like versus worry about having to, get attacked by other predators.
Yeah. Yeah, so I firmly believe that if dogs had not started living with us, I don't think we even domesticated dogs. I think they kind of domesticated themselves. That if dogs had not started to decide to live with us and warn us about predators, I don't think humans would have ever developed the level of intelligence we have now.
We can bring that argument up too, but the book
This would explain why I'm always licking my balls.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is that a larger brain requires a lot of protein. And I think that, dogs helped a lot with us being more successful hunters. Because dogs have just a natural herding instinct. So if you sent one guy with a couple of dogs off to one end of the canyon, the dogs would drive the animals toward the hunters. Basically driving the animals into an ambush of spears.
And like I was mentioning, like we can bring this argument of how we came to be because of a lot of the factors that in ancient times, but the book says we are already intelligent to begin with. It gets to me sometimes. the level of I guess not understanding of how things could have worked, if that makes any sense.
Not quite sure I'm following you.
Well, you know, let's just say the Bible says that we were already intelligent to begin with.
Well, yeah, but
But when when we bring up explanations of how we came to be and how um I'm so sorry, I'm losing my train of thought.
yeah, Native Atheist says dogs haven't domesticated themselves with us. We domesticate ourselves with them. How many times have they saved us? Yeah,
Oh, funny.
there's a lot to that.
I wonder if it's the same things with cats.
Well, yeah, cats also kind of domesticated themselves after we became agricultural. Because if you're trying to store large amounts of grain, it's inevitable you're going to have rodents. So cats started hanging around the grain storage to get the rodents.
That's true. I think it was actually the talks of how well, pretty much all of this. I think this is what brought me into my um, deconversion, was just learning a lot of the old ways of doing things, and it still fascinates me to this point.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the stuff I didn't realize until just the last couple of years after I got into the online atheist community.
Hmm.
And just things about the Bible stories that don't line up with like what we know to be the history of Egypt.
Right. And for me, it was just learning. S- I guess I forget. I'm trying to remember what the class was called. Um, but it had to deal with social, like a social science, and pretty much like the human interactions from ancient times to now. And I think that's what, I mean, really interested in me. But I, evil college, you know,
Well, I had
brainwashed me.
discarded the Bible 40 years ago because I knew some things about it weren't quite right, that, just the math didn't work basically. But yeah, it really wasn't until, like 3, 4 years ago, maybe, probably more like 3 years ago, that watching the arguments of people on YouTube that kind of put it all together and, gave more specific details on a lot of the stories.
Yes, definitely.
And I have Kitty who thinks he has been ignored too long.
Oh, I I recently just became a dog parent myself, and so I think she's still waiting for me to go to bed.
I would like to have a couple of good sized dogs, like, huskies or malamutes. Unfortunately, I live in an apartment, and I think that would be unfair to them, that if I don't have a yard with room for them to run, I just don't think it would be right.
I've recently moved into a small, I guess, a unit. It's kind of a town home, and it has a bit of a yard. And I I have like a Shiba Inu, so it's like a smaller breed. So I don't know how I would deal with the bigger dogs myself either with this small space. And this unit's pretty small.
I've always been particularly fond of the sled dog breeds, but I've never lived anywhere south of Chicago, so it's always, felt it was necessary that if I was going to have a dog, it has to be one that's ready to deal with a fairly harsh winter.
Yes. I think well, the Shiba Inus are at least in some sort of relation with the with a certain breed as well, with Huskies. But it might be because of the wolf ancestry, or at least the ancient dogs.
When I lived in St. Paul, we had a chow. At least the people my ex got her from said she was a purebred chow. I think she was probably like a chow spitz mix. But still the big fluffy fur and all. And for a 60-pound dog, she was incredibly strong. And if not for the fact that we had to get her hip surgery, to have a pin put in her hip, because apparently that's a defect of the breed. If it wasn't for that, I was very tempted to build a sled because I was sure she could have pulled the kids around.
Yeah, they're incredibly strong. I was young. When I was younger, we actually had a chow.
Yeah, my oldest stepdaughter was literally an Amazon. By the time she was 12, she was pushing 6 foot and 200 pounds. And bringing the dog home from her hip surgery, the dog started pulling her across the ice. That she was just standing up on the ice and she could not keep the dog still. The dog was just dragging her. And this was like, hours out of surgery. So yeah, I'm sure if I had built a sled, she could have pulled the smaller ones around.
Definitely.
Oh, I need to get Stool's link in the description here before I close this up.
Yeah, I think I'm going to head myself to bed.
Yep. Okay. Well, good to have you with us.
Well, thank you so much.
I appreciate you coming around and, helping us keeping the chat going.
Absolutely.
Do you have anything you want to plug? Anything coming up on your channel or appearances on other channels?
No, other than my Sunday service sins and working on different other side projects alone.
Okay, well, yeah, everybody go and subscribe to Junie. I know she's kind of new from my crowd here, but, been watching the stuff, puts out some good quality videos.
Thanks.
I watched the thing you put out about the Nintendo World the other day.
Yes, I know it was a little bit random, but I had to do it.
Yeah, it did make kind of a jump there in the middle I wasn't expecting, but yeah, you tied it all together by the end.
Yeah, I tried. But thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come in.
Okay, well, good night. You get some good rest.
Thanks, Purple. And still, until next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So back to just me and you. And I shouldn't stay too much longer, but we'll hang around for a bit. Although the side chat's got kind of quiet, so everyone else might have fallen asleep by now. Although we still have more than a dozen people watching.
They're
which
all asleep.
for this hour is really impressive.
They're all asleep.
Yeah, they probably all fell asleep at their computers because it's like, they came in for the people I had earlier. I can't believe anybody's staying around this long for me.
Time zones are very, very annoying.
Yep.
Especially when you shit at, or when you usually shit at sleeping, because I end up missing lots of stuff.
Yeah, I know you're usually just sitting with us waiting for the shops to open. Your beard's come back pretty nice and full.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It didn't used to do this. It used to be normal, but now it just goes sideways. Didn't used to do that before all this lockdown nonsense. It's
Okay, we
very
got some
bizarre.
activity in the side chat, so we got some people still watching. Got Anjur and Doc Fearsome and Orla and GeoSam still here. Native Atheist.
Oh God, that was weird. That was very weird. When I clicked on TMI last night, my last night, and GeoSam was singing his wanker song, I did not know what was going on. That was very bizarre.
Wanker song? I guess I missed that.
I still don't know what they were doing. Right, I've no idea. Very strange. No, Aunt Jer, I do actually wish I had some evaporated milk.
Oh, you've run out?
That does go well on the old Weetabix. It runs out very quickly. Yeah, I drank 2 tins in about half an hour. I love the stuff. I just go.
I use it occasionally for cooking, but it's not a really common thing here.
But you've got to remember, I did make the mistake once of getting condensed milk instead of evaporated milk, and they're very different things.
I remember that.
Condensed milk is not yummy at all.
No, and I know the difference from trying to make candy with it. I used to make fudge with evaporated milk. But I live in one of the biggest dairy producing regions, so, fresh milk is all over the place.
Oh, yeah. I mean, fresh milk, obviously. Even despite Brexit, we can still get milk. But I do love... I think it's an old-fashioned thing. Used to be given it on top of a bowl of strawberries when I was a kid. Fresh strawberries with evaporated milk on. And I just love it. It's so yummy.
Yeah, my system doesn't really handle milk real well, so I don't have it very often.
I don't tend to get fresh milk because it will either all end up in my belly in one go, or I'll forget about it, and then when I take a swig, it tastes fizzy.
Yeah.
It's not good. So I prefer, for my coffee, I prefer, I don't know what you call it, I can't remember, powdered milk. And then as a treat, as a little treat, I'll have a tin of evaporated milk every now and again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I do fine with cheese, but with milk and ice cream, I have a problem.
Well, I can't really do cheese. I wish I could. Unless it's melted on a pizza.
Well,
I've tried so many times, but I just can't. Ooh.
I can't see getting through a week without cheddar cheese. That's one thing I would really miss if something happened that I couldn't have it.
Yeah, it is weird. If it's melted and not solid, I'm fine with it. But if it's a block of, I just
somehow changes it.
I can't do it.
My favorite snack is the spreadable port wine cheese. Putting that on crackers.
Spreadable, I can just about do. But if it's solid, crumbly, the kind of stuff that you want to be able to eat because you know it's nice, but I can't do it. Very weird.
It's kind of a comfort thing for me to, have my whiskey and ginger ale and the port wine cheese and crackers. That's just kind of sitting in my chair or watching some stuff on YouTube, and that's just...
That does actually sound quite nice. That's the kind of thing I would like to do, but
that's just kind of a very comforting ritual to me.
Mm.
Occasionally some pickled herring.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Sloth Girl doesn't get that part of it. She can't see how it can eat the pickled herring, but again, it's just, I don't know. It's some kind of a comforting connection to something when I was younger. I don't quite know what. I think it's kind of like I could only get the pickled herring around Christmas time.
Oh. Doc is saying a lot of the lactose is lost in the process of making cheese. When I discovered that the shop around the corner, I'm back on custard powder again. When I discovered that it sold this really cheap ass nasty custard powder for about 19 pence per packet, I thought, oh, I fancy some of that. And I made it as a drink. Mm-hmm. And it reminded me of Christmas because this was just before Christmas. I don't know if you're familiar with what a snowball drink is. It's a very British thing from the 70s. It's basically Advocaat with lemonade in it. So it's
that's something totally different from what I was thinking of.
It's yellow in color and it's really quite shit, but it used to be given this stuff by my grandma when I was a kid. And I found out that this cheap ass nasty custard, if you make it the right consistency, you can pretend it's Christmas without the alcohol.
Yeah, Native Alchemist or Native Atheist is saying that hard cheese has low lactose. That probably explains a lot for me because it's like, I like the hard cheeses. The soft cheeses I have more of a problem with, so that probably explains it. And Amiga Nuts is doing a nice wrap up with the links for everyone who's been in the chat tonight. So if there's anyone who was hanging around that you want to know more about, Amiga Nuts has given you links. Actually, can we get the link for Junk Shop and Julie out there one more time? Just to help them out. The US really sucks that, people can lose their ability to go to a doctor because they don't have enough money. And this is all, it's a delayed effect of Julie losing her job. That they're facing the idea that they can't maintain their health coverage anymore.
Well, thank God we don't have that particular problem.
It's something that the US really has to fix. That there is really no excuse why the US politicians haven't fixed this by now.
Oh, there is, and I know what the excuse is, because our Tory people, even though they'll never say it out loud because it would make them unelectable, they hate the NHS.
Yeah.
Absolutely hate it. Because they've got, especially this lot that are in power now, who can't stress how utterly vile they are. They're on power with your Republicans. They're evil. But there's been over the past 2 or 3 weeks, there's been a very 2016 level of interference, organized crap to attack the NHS on social media, which is very bizarre considering we're British and that's not a thing we do. So something is afoot, and I think this year is going to be grim because they're up to shenanigans.
Yeah, and in the US, it definitely comes down to we don't have any kind of national health care because the insurance companies don't want us to. The insurance companies make too much money off of selling health policies, so they don't want anyone to be able to get one for free.
Yeah, of course. And, well, free. I mean,
Well, yeah, it gets paid for with tax money, but the idea that everyone would be covered would mean that a lot less people would be buying them directly from them.
there's that, and also a lot of your Republican-y people have this strange mindset, like our present government do, whereby, you know, if I'm okay, fuck you, and you know, if you can't afford something, well, it's your fault. Fix it yourself.
Yeah, the bizarre thing is, in the US, the Republicans managed to convince a lot of people who are dependent on these public subsidies to vote against them.
Because it's communism.
Well, because it's communism, and because if you allow this to happen, gays can get married.
Yeah.
Which there is absolutely no connection to at all, but the Republicans will start quoting Bible passages, and somehow that scares these people into voting for things that are going to make their own lives worse.
Yeah, and there's also that thinking that you see quite a lot, which is, why should I pay to help somebody else? And that's not really how it works, but that's what they've had drummed into them.
Yeah.
That if they're contributing to something, then other people will be spending their money.
Yeah, and somehow they don't apply the same logic to, you know, like paying for interstate highways. You know, it's like, yeah, this is exactly the same thing as why you pay taxes so that we have police departments and fire departments, because they help everyone. And you don't want the fire department to do what they used to do and let your house burn down because you're not displaying the plaque for the correct fire department. In colonial times, that used to happen. Ben Franklin organized the first municipal fire department. Before that, you had to buy private insurance, and if the fire department showed up and you were not displaying the logo of their company, they would not do anything.
It's a very, very weird setup when you can convince people to just vote against their own best interests. But it keeps happening.
Well, it keeps happening because they flame it up on things they know people will get emotional about and not apply logic to.
That's why I mentioned the thing about the attacks on the NHS, because that is something you just do not see in this country, because we don't do that. It's something we're kind of proud of and we like. So to see this bombardment of, you know, the NHS, COVID, obviously COVID's a hoax, the NHS are in on it, nurses are lying, doctors are lying, people stood outside hospitals shouting, "Oh, hoax, hoax." It's not a British thing at all. It's shenanigans again.
Yep. And there it is, what Anjura is saying. It's like, if they can weave the word communist into it, that will immediately rile the Republican base against it.
Oh, yeah. socialism and communism, they're both exactly the same thing as far as they're concerned. They
Yeah.
don't know what either word means. But
Yep.
as far as they're concerned, socialism is hiding under their bed and is going to eat their children.
Exactly. And it's like, no. Socialism is how we get things that are good for the entire community.
Yeah, I don't want to piss on anybody's cornflakes, but when somebody at New Year said, let's hope it's better than the last one, I said, no, it's not going to be. Because bad things are destined for this year. Really are. I've watched it building up.
Well, like somebody had posted earlier, we're just in the 54th year of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, yeah, people thought things were somehow miraculously going to be different when we reached New Year's. And it's like, why?
No, that was never going to
What made
happen.
you think flipping the calendar was really going to change anything?
It was only January the 1st when the British fishing industry basically died. Thanks to
Because
Brexit.
they can't sell their fish in Europe anymore.
Yeah, they can't export the fish. So they're all up in arms about it. And of course, all the normal people are saying, well, we've been telling you this for 5 years. But a lot of the fishing people were persuaded to vote to leave the EU against their own fucking interests.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
One of the big, we've got a lot of hoo-has going on over here at the moment, not including and up to, they're now trying to starve children. And I'm not making that up. The government are trying to starve hungry children. It's like Dickensian times. It's ridiculous. The final agreement.
Yeah, unfortunately, the best retort I can come to that is at least you're not putting them in cages.
Oh, hold my beer.
Yeah.
The final agreement for January the 1st was when that's it. No more. We're totally out. Bam, bam, bam. End of. And the final sort of agreement thingy that covered trade, which you'd think had been sorted out years ago, but no. It was finished like a couple of days before. And the lady in the government who is in charge of fishing, let's call it, I don't know what her title is.
Yeah.
She was interviewed on TV, live TV the other day, and she said, oh, I didn't read it. It was Christmas and I was busy.
Yeah, it was Christmas. It's not like you had advanced warning 5 years ago that this was going to happen, was it?
No. And the other thing that a lot of us are pissed off about, last year, because all the kids were off school due to COVID, the Labour Party said, you know, hang on a minute, if they're not at school, then the kids who can't afford to eat are not going to be getting free school meals. So can we provide them during this period, like? And of course, all the Tories voted against it because, you know, feeding hungry kids is not important. And so it took this big, huge campaign by a footballer, would you believe? Government turned around and said, okay, we'll do it. Then they changed their mind again. They awarded a contract to a private company, of course, to their friends, because they're very keen on giving their friends these big government contracts all of a sudden. And it turns out that this company has been handing out food parcels, if you like, to families who qualify them, who can't afford to feed the kids. Each parcel is supposed to contain food worth £30 in value. And it's supposed to feed, I think, one child for about 10 days. And a mother showed a picture of what was in one of these on social media, and you'd be horrified. Somebody went out and priced it. It was worth about £5 at the most. So the tax
actually, I saw the picture circulating on Twitter of what they got in those parcels.
Yeah. So the 30 quid of tax money that people are paying, £25 of it is being pocketed by this private company, and the kids end up with 2 potatoes and a banana or whatever it is.
Yeah, and half a tomato.
Yeah. Yeah. And the terrible thing is, Johnson stood up in the House of Commons the other day being questioned, and he said, "Oh, it's shocking, and we'll look into it." But it turns out that on the official government website, there is a list of what the minimum things you should have in a food package for a child for so many days. And it's basically the list of the things we saw in the picture.
Yeah, they met the absolute minimum.
But a little bit more. And Johnson wasn't aware of that. They're trying to starve us.
Yeah, that's one of the big things I was wondering about Brexit is, just basically if you're cutting yourself off from imports from other countries, what are you doing for food through the winter when you can't be growing anything?
Well, you'll have seen, I guess, there have been lots of photos of the supermarket shelves which are empty. So fresh stuff it can't get here on time because of all the delays. Now, instead of just zip through in a couple of hours, now it takes days.
Yeah, that's why I was figuring the fresh produce.
So the fresh stuff can't make it. If it does, it's rotten. But the people who support it still won't accept it. They'll, make up other excuses. Oh, it's COVID.
Yeah, well, this is, just clearly the people who support it hadn't thought this out ahead.
Well, they were told a lot of lies, and to be honest, and you've got to be honest, a lot of the people who support it, I don't mean the people up here who were selling it to the public, but the everyday man and woman on the street, they're not the brightest. They don't.
Well, that's the problem we're having here with people not wearing masks, because it was sold to them by the president and people in Congress that masks weren't effective. They didn't really need them.
It's a very simple fact that anybody could look into if they chose to. This country has not been self-sufficient for a couple of 100 years. We can't feed ourselves. We have to get food in. Now, admittedly, in the very old days, we just went out and stole it from other countries and killed all the people. But we've progressed a little bit since then, and we joined this little club, so all our stuff can move freely. But the stupid people were never told basic facts such as we haven't got enough to feed ourselves, and in the winter, what are you going to eat? Because we can't grow anything hardly. Basic stuff that they just don't get.
Yeah, the Scandinavians figured that out a couple 100 years ago, that in the winter, all you've got to eat is fish, and if you want anything more, you've got to go and ransack another country.
They're being told now to hate Switzerland. I don't know if you've seen any of that thing, because we've always
Why Switzerland of all countries?
We've always got to hate somebody. This is what we're...
Yeah, but in Switzerland, through the entire history of humanity, has been, just leave us out of this.
Exactly. Well, Switzerland is not in the EU. I'm not going to get technical, but it is part of the single market and customs union. So goods can flow, blah, 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 back and forth without any hassle. But now that we're not in the EU, guess what? Our stuff can't just travel in and out of Switzerland. It has to, because we're now a third country, as it's called. We're not important. We've got to do the same as any other country does, such as your country or whatever. It means borders, checks, rummaging through your stuff.
Yeah, because to get to Switzerland, you have to pass through an EU country.
Yeah, but Switzerland basically pays a bit of money. I'm saying a bit, just to have the advantages of being part of the customs union and the single market, blah, blah. But it's not actually an EU member. But there's a video of customs guards in customs officials in Switzerland stopping all the British lorries and even cars just with passengers, you know, just people, and confiscating their sandwiches. And I've got to laugh.
Okay, yeah, I guess that ties into Orla's comment here that I don't quite get, because we're not allowed to take our ham sandwiches across the pond.
There you go. I mean, it's very simple, really. If I was to come to America, and I've done it, or Australia, you're going to get your stuff searched, and there are things you cannot take into that country. So you try taking fruit or vegetables into Australia or into America, it's going to be confiscated. You can't bring it in. And so now that we're a third country, Switzerland is doing the same, and they're confiscating people's lunches and their sandwiches because you can't bring that shit in here. You're not part of our club anymore. You're not allowed. We don't know what's in that shit that you're bringing in anymore. And so, of course, all the newspapers, our lovely bloody newspapers, are telling us to hate on Switzerland. Switzerland are being petty and getting their revenge on us.
Yep. And Orla's giving us an update that COVID deaths have hit 2 million people.
That's another thing
and
they're
it's like
reading in.
they try to downplay it with a percentage. So that they say like only 1% of people die from COVID. And when they put it as a percentage, people think that's no big deal.
Yeah.
And people fail to realize that 1% in the US means that 3.5 million people are going to die from COVID.
Yeah, and almost a year on, well, it is a year on, and people still don't get it. And, it's in this country, our NHS is now at a breaking point because of all the cases.
Yeah,
that
people are still saying it's no worse than the flu. And, what do you mean hospitals are overloaded? The parking lots are empty.
Yeah, they don't get it still that if a doctor in ICU or a nurse is now looking after 4 patients instead of 1, and all the ICU beds are full, and there aren't enough staff to look after all the other illnesses and what have you that they have to deal with, it's a big problem. But they don't get it. There's 1%, less than 1%.
Yeah, and they don't get that if all the ICU beds are full, when there's a major traffic accident on the interstate, where do they put the 4 people who were passengers in that car?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Such basic stuff, but and a year on, and as I said, you've still got this massive bombardment of misinformation from people, like the names we were mentioning earlier when Will was here. It was knowingly spreading lies and what have you.
Well, with Trump out and Biden in, that will be significantly reduced. Unfortunately, in the US, we still have a significant number of members of Congress who will continue to promote the thing that it's no worse than the flu, because they just want to get the economy back to normal, so their stock markets, so their stock dividends will get bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It baffles me how people don't see it, that they're being lied to. It's just very, very depressing. It really is.
Yeah, I don't understand. In this day and age, with the internet and with all the media we have, well, it's because people rely on a single source for their media, that they won't see that they're being fed false information, and that they can't make the connection that what certain people are pushing is against their own interest.
This is why I keep, I mean, I've seen this coming for years, but that's why I'm saying this year is going to be really bad. It is immensely bad in this country, but a lot of people just don't see what is in front of their very eyes. I'm not saying you have to go, you know, doing your research or whatever. It's there. They're saying these things with their own mouths on live television. They're lying to you, but they just don't get it.
In the US, it is literally as simple as changing the channel. Try watching a different news network for a couple of days and compare what they're saying.
I think it's, yeah, it's a bit worse than that, because we've got what used to be the one place that you could trust for news, the BBC, which is for the past few years has been given an equal platform to these lies and grifters, which is really suspicious and bizarre. But they do the thing, you know, here's an expert, here's somebody lying the shit off, therefore that's balance.
Yeah.
And these lies and grifters, they're not just nobodies. They're people with a big audience, you know, people who have columns in big newspapers and a woman in the House of Lords and certain MPs and all sorts. And they're given free rein to spew this absolute nonsense. It's fucking weird. That's why I can always keep going back to, I'm not going to do a Godwin, but if you can convince a large portion of the population to believe in absolute bullshit, it's not going to end well.
Well, yeah, and, you know, Orla's got it, that they can convince a lot of people because most of the world's media is controlled by a very few companies.
This is kind of true. I mean, you've got your problem with Fox News. We've got our problem with certain newspapers. Usually, historically, our TV, you can't just spew out bullshit. You're not allowed to. But when the BBC are doing it, that is worrying, massively worrying.
Well, yeah, you're a bit better that at least they pulled the reins on Fox News there. But
they did. I don't think anybody ever watched it, to be honest. They would now, if it was to return now, there would be a large number of people who would watch it, which is why this year we've got this new thing it's not up and running yet, called GB News, which is basically just going to be right-wing bullshit. If it's just an internet thing online, that'll be one thing. But if that makes its way onto the airwaves, then that's going to be a huge problem, because you're just not allowed to do that over here on the TV. You can't just have a propaganda channel like Fox News. Well, not for long anyway. But things are changing. It's this bloody government. They're evil.
at this point, I am hoping that the Republican Party is fracturing, because if the Republican Party splits, they won't have enough votes either way to get candidates in. So that will give the Democrats about a decade, you know, to try and repair some of the damage. Not that I think the Republicans are saints or anything. They're going to fuck a lot of things up. But I think they can at least pull us back from some of the shit that Trump sunk us into.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically, I think on that note, I should really wrap it up because we're into the 4th hour here. And yeah, I have to get up in the morning because I'm supposed to be on Critical Questions in 6 hours.
Yeah, I should probably try and...
yeah, so, you know, I know
these
for me,
weeks.
it's like after I shut this down, it's going to be 2 hours before I fall asleep. So if I shut this down now, I might get 3 or 4 hours before I have to get up again.
Yeah, you try and get some sleep and then go and play with Dave.
Yep. Okay, and thanks, Orla, for your commentary. You've been helping out here. You should really jump into the streams once in a while. And Amiga. Yep, Amiga Nuts has a good one here too. The politicians use the stock market as an indicator of how the economy is going. And the stock market has virtually no relevance to working class people.
No.
So, okay, I'm going to hit the button here.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all coming. Thank you, everyone. And, we'll see you later on. Bye-bye.